do a bit of a roll call on Zoom. Maybe first, if you could just alert us to who's all on there, from down the side.
Have they started in the chamber? It looks like they have, eh?
Well, can we get a message?
They can't
to
hear
them?
us.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
Just wait a sec, councillors.
They'll be here.
Oh, there we go. We can hear you.
What a hopeless pair.
So, okay, who have we got? Martin, Councillor Martin, Councillor Angela, Councillor Maxine, Mangai James, and Councillor Mark too.
Is Father Donovan doing the prayer?
What's that?
Is Father Donovan doing the prayer?
No, this is not a prayerful meeting.
He's looking awfully like
Yeah.
an assistant to the Pope.
Thank you for your assistance, Councillor Wilson. Okay, councillors, I'll declare the meeting open and firstly go to apologies. What have we got, Amy?
Councillor Kish.
Councillor Kesh, and I'll put an apology for lateness for Mayor Paula.
Perfect.
You know, I'll be off from 1 to 2 p.m.
Yeah, Jeff says we'll be finished by then.
And I have an appointment
Thank you, Ollie. What's that?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, Ewan. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I do also, Chair, have a commitment at 4.
Okay. So that's those recorded. So with the apologies, I'll move that they be accepted. Seconded by Councillor Ryan. Those in favour, against, carried. On to the confirmation of the agenda. Councillors, I don't have any changes that aren't included as part of this. Okay, so I'll move that the agenda be confirmed, seconded by Ryan. Those in favour, against, carried. So, councillors, we're on to declarations of interest, which there aren't any that I can see. And public forum, there isn't any.
Nope.
Okay, confirmation of the committee minutes of the 19th of May. Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jeff. Any queries or anything on them? If not, I'll move they be received as a true and accurate record, whatever it is that we say. Those in favour, against, carried. So, councillors, we're on to the Chair's report now. Now, just a note on that, what I'm suggesting is that we can have a discussion of that now, but perhaps the recommendations from that get finalised at the same time as item 8, Blair? Yeah, because that covers the same area, but once we get to that, I'll look distinctly at the Chair's ones and the staff ones, and we may do a little bit of synchronisation or culling to match them, and we'll come up with a set of them that's clear which sort of report they belong to. Okay, I've got nods from the two important people beside me here. But we'll certainly have a discussion, full discussion, if wanted now. So, councillors, I'll just introduce this briefly. One of the first things, and there's also an update on this, is that with Future Proof, which was about to embark on looking at the next piece of work to determine where future development in and around the city should happen over the next 18 months, including in the need for industrial land. That's a little bit of a spanner in the works happened there when the Peter Winder, who's been in charge of Future Proof for the last year or so, suddenly upped and left to sort out the mess of Te Kupinga, the National Polytechnic organisation, very suddenly, so there wasn't really handover or anything possible. There was a bit of a surprise to us, and he'd been doing some quite good work in conjunction with our staff, so that was a problem. someone who's known, at least as some of you, has just been appointed in the interim, and to plays Robert Brodnax, who has worked for Waka Kotahi in charge of the Expressway project a while back, and also our Metro Spatial Plan transport business case stuff, recently. So he's sort of familiar with the issues. Has been appointed to take over that. I haven't met with him, and Blair hasn't, I don't think, because it's only just announced Thursday, something like that. So we're going to have to get that relationship going again, which may slow things up a little bit. But anyway, I do thank Peter in here for the work he did, because I found that he was a very good translator of our needs into the sort of bigger sub-regional strategic picture, and a loss because he's not there. The other thing I talk about is the problems that we're having with Waipa, which we can go into if people want a question, and also the advance on WA with receiving documentation that we've been needing for a while. So that with that introductory comment, I'm going to open it to questions and comments from the floor. Sorry, I'll just turn it on my discussion there. Councillor Ryan first.
Thanks, Chair. Possibly a question for yourself and or Blair. With this boundary change...
Can you speak into the mic a bit? It just didn't seem very...
So is that better?
Yeah.
With the boundary changes, the transitional piece that we're working with these neighbouring councils, I thought it was sort of by and large cost neutral. It doesn't penalise the neighbouring council. So why are they so hesitant when it's not going to impact them by us expanding our boundaries? Why are they being so difficult?
Blair, do you want to talk about the general principle, at least, of how that works, the cost allocations?
Yeah, so the draft, I should just foreshadow, councillors, that we're planning a briefing. There's a briefing agreed for the 10th of August on the boundary agreements for this council, so we can have more detailed discussion, and that follows Waipa having a briefing on it on the 2nd of August. But the draft agreement has very clear financial provisions that basically ensure that it's financially neutral for Waipa, and obviously Hamilton would pick up the rating base, but would then pay an equivalent amount across to Waipa, reflecting any deduction of any costs that we would incur. So the same as we do with Waikato District Council. It's a neutral type provision.
So my question then is, why are they being so difficult when it doesn't impinge them for us to go about our business and the welfare of our wider communities?
I don't know the full answer to that, but one of the comments I'd have is that Waipa's leadership, both on the political side and the organisation side, both come from a planning background. Excuse the planners up the back there. G'day, Mark. But they certainly seem fixated on things like peat and the conditions of the land and the access to the land and a whole lot of planning issues. In my opinion, and Blair and I have talked about this quite a bit, those are issues that we have to deal with when someone puts in a subdivision application or any sort of development application. We have to deal with, we're required by law to deal with them anyway. It's not necessarily for them to become challenges or obstacles to taking on, to changing a boundary, for instance. So, but they do seem to have let their planning hat get in the way of they're getting the detail mixed up with the strategy, in my opinion. Blair, do you want to put your 2 cents worth on
look,
that?
I think what I would say is that Hamilton and Waipa have a draft agreement where we are in 100% alignment, with the exception of just one geographical area, which is what the Chair's report refers to. I think we've made really good progress on all other parts of the agreement, which is why I refer to, they've got a briefing on the 2nd of August where they're discussing the agreement, and we have an equivalent discussion on the 10th of August, with a view to us bringing back a formal position on the September Growth Committee. Look, I think that we have advanced a lot of information. I've attached that to my General Manager's report, so it's there late in the agenda. You can see the information we've provided. That is with Waipa to consider, and I would hope that they would look at that information favourably. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you.
Look, there is a further point. When you look at SL1, particularly SL2 to a much lesser extent, the boundary proposed, the new boundary proposed, is quite confined by the individual ownership parcels of land that are owned. They're not necessarily taken out to a geographically logical sort of boundary like the expressway or the river or things like that. They're jagged around the edge of, you know, some of the owners, all of the owners' properties, and some of it does follow in a future expressway alignment, but certainly not all of it. And I know that Councillor Martin, and he's got his hand up, so I'll come to him next, I want to ask more about this, has proposed that we don't just go to the ownership boundaries, but we go to a logical boundary, which, for instance, down south has been suggested by some as Collins Road, and I know during the discussions with Waipa, I threw that into the mix and got an immediate reaction. Not a good reaction either, I might add, from them.
Yep. Thanks for that. Just a note, I guess, with your D and your recommendation around WA, potentially I've got just a tweak, I guess, to strengthen it around a possible MOU, but I can shelve that for now.
Yeah, well, look, let's, when we come to 8, put that on the table, because I know about it, at the same time, so that we have that there in front of us.
Okay.
You've got that. Yeah. But it's sort of would be to replace D, you're saying?
Yeah, if you're happy with it.
Okay. Councillor Martin, and then Councillor Robb. Thanks.
Thank you. I thought I'm in a geology class looking at the speed of glaciers, and this one reminds me of that. Can you just, and I'm saying that very deliberately because I think you're going to be here in 10 years' time having the same discussion, those of you who are around the table still, unless you get an outside intervention. Can you, Blair and Chair Day, in terms of the appendix, just exactly identify is the land in contention? Is that all the shaded area or just one particular bit? I'm sorry if I'm a bit need clarification.
On the attachment to my report, page 7,
yes,
I think it is.
Yes.
No, it's, sorry, I might have the page 18. Sorry, in
Sure.
there. It's the, you'll see 2 sort of bits of land, more or less split by Higgins Road. It's the left hand or western side of that is what's called the Rogerson land, and the eastern side is loosely called the Harrison's land. Now, the Harrison's land was agreed by Waipa to come in. The Rogerson land wasn't. If you wanted to look at where Collins Road is, it's down the bottom off the map a little bit, not much.
Sure. Yeah.
Yep.
So, could you, Blair, identify for me the community of interest this has with the Waipa towns of Te Amutu, Karongia and Cambridge? I'm looking because obviously there's a community of interest argument that they're trying to advance.
Yeah, look, I think, Councillor Martin, that's a very broad question. I think that's possibly best discussed at that briefing on the 10th of August. So I'd maybe just refer you to page 140 of the GM report, where there's the supplementary information we provided Waipa following a request at our most recent governance meeting around the Rogerson block. So that sort of provides the rationale and the thinking as to why that should be included in the land agreement. So that speaks to some of the points that your community of interest question raises. So it speaks to the correlation, and I think that's where I would like us to spend, have a more in-depth conversation on the 10th of August on this topic.
Martin, perhaps to... Martin, sorry, Pat, just to help that, it's quite hard to see on that, but if you look closely, you can see red lines in this map that Hannah's
Yes.
prepared. One going to the right, connecting with Higgins Road, one to the left with Temple View, and even harder to see, Hannah pointed out to me, there's a green line going to the sort of north, connecting with, I can't remember the name of the local street that's in Hamilton City.
Karen Crescent.
Karen Crescent, sorry. Yeah, so there's 3 connections with Hamilton roads that are actually shown on that map. Sorry, Martin, continue.
I'm just, and obviously, of course, this is not, if someone was looking at this discussion, of course, they wouldn't use the term farcical, ridiculous, unbelievable. But what I want to know, in terms of, and whether we have this discussion here, if we can't reach agreement based on logic, then presumably we would need an external party to arbitrate on that, and I assume that would be the local government commission. And that, at that point, the argument is based on pure logic, is it not?
Yeah, well, certainly in the past, I mean, Temple View, for instance, outside this was incorporated into Hamilton City by the Local Government Commission after about 17 years ago, I think it was, after Hamilton City said it didn't want Temple View, and Temple View Residents Association and Waipa Council said, you shall have it, and the Commission agreed with them because of the community of interest with Hamilton, was the primary argument at the time.
I think, Councillor Martin, the best approach for all parties is that Hamilton and Waipa can agree on the final geographical area, and that's the path that we're currently pursuing. Obviously, there are other options, and that's what I know Chair's Dave's recommendation refers to, and that would be explored further through the briefing. But, you know...
Just final question in terms of the cost and the credibility of both the council and all elected members who serve around this table. At what point do you put some sort of time ceiling? Is that 1 year, 2 years, 10 years' time? At what point do you actually say, look, there is a deadline?
Look, I think, Councillor Martin, my preference here is that before the end of this triennium, we are coming back to both councils with an agreed land agreement. That's the desire. We've been working towards that for some time. We have future-proof, have a clear position. Karen Saunders' report later in the agenda talks about the work that we will be doing in line with future-proof around investigating areas, including SL1. So it would be advantageous to this triennium conclude and agree with Waipa. So that would be preferential.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Robb, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I'm really following on initially from the questions that have been asked. Blair, you mentioned about the payment of rates when I think Ryan raised the cost neutral thing. Is that a decision of the Local Government Commission, or is that a deal that we do with the neighbouring councils in order to make it appear to be attractive to them when we take over all the costs and we still pay them for doing nothing at all in respect to those areas?
Yeah, look, it is a deal that we do between the two councils, and you'll recall that's exactly the agreement that we have with Waikato. It's the same approach we've proposed with Waipa. Effectively, it provides a period of time, generally 10 years, for one council to ease out of receiving the rates revenue, and for the new council to receive the rating revenue, but to then pay across after deducting any costs that in this case, Hamilton would pick up in relation to that area, the net rates to Waipa, to allow them a period of time to effectively wean themselves off that rating revenue for that area.
Is 10 years a really good deal for Hamilton City, given that those councils redo their long-term plan every 3 years, and you know, by the time 10 years have elapsed, we are probably spending millions of dollars on some of these new developments, and still paying the rates?
Yeah, well, look, I think, Councillor Rob, we have agreed that that's a good outcome with Waikato District, and I'd note that the rating revenue is locked in at the rates on the day one, so any rating growth and anything that is subscribed to the new council, being ourselves. Yep. So I think it's a fair compromise. It doesn't financially penalise us, it doesn't financially penalise Waipa, and it unlocks an otherwise challenging scenario for one council that may have been utilising that rates revenue to fund their operations. Right.
The Chair's report suggests that we're getting pushback not just from Waipa on the Rogerson block, but also again from Waikato District Council on our need for additional land. I recall having sat on that same committee, I think, that you've still got that talks with these councils on a regular basis. I recall more than 3 years ago that we were almost at an agreement. We had a formula for the land, and my understanding at that particular time was that the agreement was all agreed upon by staff at both councils and just required a sign-off. 3 years later, and that would have led to what I understand to be a relatively mechanical way of us
Rob, perhaps
taking
I conflated the two sides of that coin together. R2 and WA and in future HT1, you're right, no problems, ready to go sort of thing. But there's other future land, and I had in mind particularly Ruakura East and what area we were talking about there in relation to that possible pushback.
So that's not part of this agreement. I call it an agreement because I don't think it ever got signed off, but it's not part of that agreement that we were fairly close to agreeing on 3 years ago.
We have a formal agreement with Waikato District Council, which covers the areas that Councillor Dave refers to, and also has a very clear process for introducing additional areas such as Ruakura East. So I don't see any challenges with where we sit with Waikato District at the moment. I think through Future Proof, there's been good discussions. There's a work program through Future Proof that's referred to in our later report and the agenda. So I'm not foreshadowing any challenges at the present time. There will be further discussions that we will need to have between Hamilton and Waikato on those other areas, such as Ruakura East, but that will work through the Future Proof process, and then the land agreement has good provisions for us to pick that up in future.
Perhaps I should come in there because there was a reason I put that in there, and I don't maybe 95% agree with what Blair's just said, because in respect of Ruakura East, the land that was to be made industrial on the other side of the expressway, the proposal that came in, for instance, from TGH was that the land they owned on the eastern side of the expressway be able to come into the city, and there was some agreement from Waikato, in words around the Future Proof table. Yes, that could happen, but as was pointed out by ourselves and Councillor Martinez several times, it doesn't encompass the whole of the land area. It's only a particular ownership area, and Waikato District at the Future Proof meeting expressed some opposition to that, or they relayed opposition from the local community out there to the area that wasn't in TGH's ownership coming in, even though it was sort of a logical boundary defined by expressways and ramps and things.
So the other growth areas like R2 and WT, they are ready and waiting for us to make a decision and conclude and do some final tidying up with Waikato when we are ready to take those pieces of land into the city. Is my understanding correct?
Correct, and that's
there's no impediments that would stop us from going to them and saying we want R2 now?
No, I mean, and that's really the subject of report 8 later on the agenda, where we want to follow robust, logical processes, but we're certainly got a very clear pathway with Waikato District Council, and which is the exact same pathway we're aiming to conclude with Waipa for the area to the south, which is again what I'd like to talk about further with you at the briefing on the 10th of August and then bring back to September, ideally.
Okay, Thank you. And one last question, just in terms of your recommendation, Councillor Chair Dave, I just wonder, given that you're recommending or requesting staff to seek legal and other necessary advice, and that requires us obviously to put up a budget to do that kind of work, I wonder whether the motion shouldn't take out the possibility of proposing and go straight to say, let's go to the what do they call themselves, the Local Government Commission, rather than talk about the possibility of going there, and that might bring our neighbouring councils into line in terms of whether or not we have got a strong case, and rather than just using it as a lead-in to make them reconsider.
Fair point, Rob, and let's have that discussion in point 8 about that.
Okay.
But yeah, I understand your point there, and
I feel it's a
sort of
waste
saying-
of time spending money and resources of our staff.
Yeah.
If we're only going to look at the possibility of doing it rather than actually doing it.
Local Government Commission cases don't have to be initiated by council. Communities themselves can.
Yeah.
So obviously there's quite a cost difference if you do it a different way. So yes.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Chair. Thanks.
And so I've got Deputy Mayor Jeff. Thanks.
Chair Dave. Yeah. So just looking at the report. So is it fair to say that discussions that we're pretty close to an agreement on SL1, and we have made progress other than that Rogerson block? The rest is pretty much...
Jeff, I should say SL1 and SL2,
And SL2,
which is sort of not being talked about much, which is the area between the, but more or less between State Highway 3 and the river,
Yes,
north of the airport.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, there's obviously been some negative comments about it, but there has been some progress made in terms of the overall growth
I
area.
think, subject to the Rogerson block, whether that's included or not, we have agreed on all other parts to the agreement. So we've made substantial progress.
So I'm just perplexed about the Rogerson block because from the reading here, it's the closest area to the central city. It's got good roading connections. What is the sticking point with that little area there when they're happy with the rest? I'm just perplexed by it.
And look, I think this is why I think it's appropriate for us to have this conversation in a briefing. I mean, Waipa have yet to have their conversation. It's on the 2nd of August. We've supplied information, which is in my General Manager's reports. So look, I can't sit here and say to you, Waipa haven't agreed or disagreed with that information because they haven't talked about it. So certainly they didn't agree to include it when we last met as a governance group, but they have undertaken to go away and have a conversation on the basis of information we've supplied. So that's all I can really say at this stage, Councillor Chair.
Yeah, a little bit more complicated than that, the discussions that took place, and in actual fact, future-proof, where the big picture was discussed, there was a unanimous vote of all councils, and that included the Mayor of Waipa voting on behalf of Waipa in favour of the whole of SL1.
Yeah, that was my next question.
Looked at there.
Yeah.
So it was a reversal of position in respect to that block of land by the time we came to the council-to-council discussion.
Yeah, that was my next question, really. I understood that it was unanimous at future-proof, and we had no kind of indication that this was coming with the Rogerson block. Is that correct?
There had been some murmurings informally about it, but when it came to the vote and the discussion on that, they weren't put forward by them.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sarah, thanks.
A couple of questions. The first one, kind of similar to Deputy Mayor Taylor's, just piecing together the comments you've made. Are they saying in terms of the Rogerson block that they believe, due to issues around peat or connections, that they don't believe it's suitable for development?
They've raised them, but not in a very definite way. It's almost like throwaway lines in conversation, which is why it's been hard to get a handle on it, and which is why, for instance, Hannah, when she was preparing this map, had showed the exact roading connections. There's another map that goes with Blair's report that shows where the peat is and where it isn't, and things like that too, because we're trying to cover all bases, because we don't know precisely what their concern is. And when we're talking about peat, if you did a map of any of the land in SL1, you would have issues in some parts and not in others. If you did a full sort of peat overlay, soils overlay.
Yeah, but there are, I mean, more innovative ways of dealing with peat now that, because, I mean, there are obviously issues around subsidence, which we've seen in parts of South Hamilton, but also issues around emissions from the way that we treat peat areas and stuff. So I assume that that would all be dealt with through any further processes that, through, you know,
It would have to be
consents and things.
when you come to subdivision consents, major consents for transport corridors and
Yeah.
things.
Look, I think Councillor Sarah, drilling down on peat is a particular issue. I mean, there are many factors when we think about future growth areas, and I think lifting it back up, the information we've provided, Waipa, I think provide a pretty strong reason as to why we feel that that block should be part of the land agreement. I would also point out that the separate report, Agenda 8, which talks about the work that we're going to do in the SL1 block, will proceed irrespective of this land agreement with Waipa. So that scoping study work and the work with those developers can continue, but it would be advantageous to also have a land agreement with Waipa that also matched that same area, so that at the outcome of that process, we had an agreement with Waipa. So the conversations are ongoing. All I would add is that historically Waipa have held a very strong line that they did not see that the Rogerson block should be suitable for future development. So that is, I guess, the reason for the additional information we've provided, which is included in my GM report.
Okay, and the other question is just, I guess, around the proposal from Chair Dave that we start talking to the local government the commission. But would it be an option to say, give Waipa a bit more time with they've got information coming to them mid-August, and say after a certain point, then we initiate work to look into, options around doing the legal work or anything we need to do. So instead of undertaking it right now and having extra workload, give them a little bit of extra time. What are your thoughts around that? And could we, for example, say, okay, we ask that by September something, you actually provide in writing your final, your decision and your reasons for it or something, so we can have a better understanding as well.
Sarah, perhaps if I could explain my reasoning when it goes to Rob's point about how far you go down that track at this point. My thoughts were to raise that option and just to discover what was involved legally in proceeding there, but not actually do anything while we're waiting for their meeting in August.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to have for us to run out of time in this triennium, because regardless of what happens in the elections, we all know, I think, nothing else will happen between sort of September and February at the earliest in terms of getting something new started. So I wanted to give staff the writing instructions and delegation necessary to keep moving down the track in the life of this council.
Councillor Sarah, perhaps I can just add, I mean, it would be my intention that based on that draft resolution that on the 10th of August we would bring that legal advice and any information we have with the Local Government Commission. Hannah's already in contact with the Local Government Commission, so we have been talking to them through these processes. So we would have that information to discuss on the 10th. It would also be my desire for our governance group to meet with Waipa sometime later in August ahead of the 7th of September Strategic Growth Committee. So Waipa have had their discussion on the 2nd of August, we've had ours on the 10th. We come together, Paula, Chair Dave, Councillor Ryan and I think it's Councillor Jeff is the other councillor, with Waipa, have a further conversation. Ideally we would agree and then we could both take that to our final meetings September. That would be the pathway. And I guess Chair Dave's resolution around getting some legal advice and information would feed into that briefing conversation.
Okay.
So just some context.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
So it is sort of signalling a negotiation stance, if you like, a possible negotiation stance at this point, but it's dependent on a number of meetings at both councils.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, councillors, if there's no other questions, what I propose to do is just put the Part A recommendation that the report be received, the other motions to go to item 8 for discussion. So if that's all right, I'll move that the report be received, seconded by Councillor Mark. Is there any other discussion? If not, I'll put that. Those in favour. Sorry, Martin. Sorry, Councillor Martin.
Yeah, look, it's very, very a good report, and I think a fair summary, and obviously what we invite current councillors to do is reflect that while the agreements reached in 1989 around that time were well intended, in hindsight now, of course, it's really important to have bold, forward-thinking vision. I'll leave it at that. The only other thing, I just want to join you in strongly praising the former Local Government New Zealand Chief Executive, Peter Winder, and the role he played on Future Proof. And he's a big loss to us, Dave. And if anyone can sort out the situation with the new tertiary provider, it would be Peter.
Thanks. Actually, I will say something you've just sparked. None of this would be necessary, this sort of discussion, report, proposals to Waipa and that, had we had a reasonable boundary buffer zone, if you like, around the outside of the current urban area back in 1989 at the local government reorganisation at that time. We all know where there was the second smallest local authority in the country by area, and that's counted against us and forces us to have to go literally cap in hand to our neighbouring councils to claw back little parcels of land from time to time, rather than having a big, sensible, geographically contiguous area. So it's a lesson for any local government organisation in the future. Think about 100 years ahead, not just that next triennium, which I think happened in 1989. Not that anyone on this council was around at that time, were they, Councillor Martin? Okay. So that's the report. Oh, Jeff, did you want to speak? Thanks. Sorry, yep.
Yeah, look, I support the report, and obviously we're not discussing the recommendations yet, but I will be supportive of those. And as you say, you know, we have been in this difficult position because of our tight boundaries, because of those 1989 reforms, and continually having to negotiate to push out. But I think, although we have some frustrations, we are making a lot of progress, you know, and when you look at R2 and WA and these areas, we are beginning to get some of the land that we need. So I think it's good what you've got here. It would be ideal if we could actually agree on the whole of SL1 and SL2. It would just be a smoother path, but I do support the route you're taking here, because it's just that important to us that we get this. So, yeah, well done.
Thanks. Okay, councillors, we'll move to the vote. Mayor Paula, you're sitting out, or you can... Yeah. Okay, just so we know. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Yep, thanks. Okay, councillors, we're on to item 7. We have Jackie here. Metro Wastewater detailed business case. Jackie, the floor is yours, thanks.
Morena koutou. So this report is really a progress update on the overall detailed business case project, and seeks approval of option A to take forward as the preferred option to complete the Northern Metro detailed business case. So option A is a centralisation of wastewater treatment for the Northern Metro communities to the Pukete wastewater treatment plant. And the details of that option and the other shortlisted options were presented to the 19th of May Strategic Growth Committee meeting, along with the key reasons for recommending option A. I've included those in the report for completeness, just so you've got them in front of you. While option A was identified as the preferred option on the 19th of May, it wasn't recommended to you for approval because it hadn't been through the project governance group. So it has, since that meeting, been through the project governance group. They've endorsed it to take forward to complete the business case. Waikato District Council have also done the same, and earlier this month, Waikato Tainui through Te Aratauda have also approved option A to take forward. So we are aiming to present the final draft detailed business case to you for approval at your September meeting. Just a couple of other key updates in the report to highlight. Like I've said, since the May meeting, Waipa District, Waikato District and Waikato Tainui have also approved the Southern Metro detailed business case and the associated MOU. So that's all of the partners have agreed to that, which is fantastic. The supplementary assessment to evaluate the impacts of accelerating development of the sub-regional Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant is underway. And we are proceeding with some of the pre-implementation activities for the Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is in part subject to a paper and public excluded part of this meeting. We're continuing to work through the multi-party funding agreement with our neighbouring council partners and aim to present a draft of that to you at your September meeting as well. So that's just an overview of the report, and happy to take any questions.
So Jackie, just before anyone else comes in there, your aim, just time-wise, is for us to be able to sign off enough at the September meeting for staff to go away and keep working for the next 6 months or so until the new council's back on stream fully, and you'll have enough delegations and decisions then subject to us approving what you put in front of us?
That's the intention, yes.
Yep.
And also the paper that's in public excluded.
Correct, yeah. Thanks. Okay, Councillor Rob, thanks.
Thanks, and thanks, Jackie, for your report and the detail in the written report too. Have we got any thoughts on how we might envisage, say, Waikato District Council funding its share of the wastewater upgrade in Puketi? And I ask that question given that my understanding from earlier reports, and I think it's confirmed in a number of the reports today, that neither of the two councils have any funding provided for in their either annual plans or long-term plans. And I'm reading in paragraphs 10 to 13 are not very clear on the funding arrangements being offered, despite the insistence in paragraph 10 that the other councils are looking for legal ownership in these assets. And I'm just trying to think the next step. Does that mean that we would effectively be selling part of Puketi to Waikato District, part of the whole of the land and buildings and all of the other upgrades and the part of the upgrade? Will we be effectively selling that part of it to Waikato in order to achieve that legal ownership that they're insisting on, despite the fact that they haven't come to the table with any money at this stage?
My apologies, Councillor Pascoe. Paragraph 10 refers to the discussions on the Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
so that's really in relation to the multi-party funding agreement
what we
for
already
the South.
know, what we've already discussed,
In terms of funding arrangements for Puketi and potential connections, we are exploring the likes of, I guess, a connections type charge, service agreements, rather than any form of co-ownership of Puketi.
Is there a risk there for Hamilton City, and I probably ask this more of Blair because he will know about the history, but isn't there a risk that we end up effectively charging the other councils on a marginal cost discounted basis? And I emphasise the word discount because everything I see that we tend to share, where we share costs, we share them on a much lower, we share them on a discounted basis because we can never get agreement on them paying the overhead component costs of, you know, the trickle feed water and the library costs and Tahuia. You know, we don't seem to be able to get them to come to the party and say, what's the total cost? You know, we'll pay 20% or whatever our use is. And so we end up doing all the funding, incurring the loan, paying the interest, and then they come along later on and say, yes, we need a connection here, put it in, and we'll pay you on a rate that we will sit down and agree with you on.
Look, I think that risk is real. And certainly in the discussions that we've been having just around our fair share of the southern wastewater treatment plant, that's certainly coming through in some of the discussions. That's really where we need to, I guess, work through the negotiations, and then at the end of the day, as a council, make decisions around whether we are happy with the arrangements that we managed to agree or not.
Okay, so is there a real chance, Blair, that we will reach agreement now rather than trying to reach agreement after or at the time that the connections are actually made? Which seems to me to be the history of, say, the trickle feed water.
But before Blair answers, I will say that Waikato District Council are very keen to work through the tough conversations on the Pukete connection in particular. I think for the southern plant, because we're not currently talking about the cost of building anything, the other councils seem a bit more comfortable because the quantum of dollars is a lot less than, you know, what it will end up being.
Yeah.
But in terms of Pukete, through the Waikato District Council discussions at the meeting where they considered this option, it was something that they really stressed they wanted to work through sooner rather than later. So there's certainly a desire to have those challenging conversations.
You're comfortable then that we're heading down a pathway that will help right now mitigate those future risks that we might have?
Well, I think the conversations still need to be had.
Okay, and should that be had at that governance level? With,
I think at
the
some
group
point
that
will
works
be.
with those two councils?
Yeah, I do think that it will be appropriate for conversations to happen at that level.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Really, look, I know Jackie, I think, nailed it. I mean, we know from past history, Rob, that you've hit the nail on the head. This is where it becomes real. The only other comment I would add is, of course, is all this work that we're doing is on the basis of status quo. If water reform, in fact,
I haven't taken that into account.
Changes the game completely. But certainly, from all past history, your questions are absolutely being on, and Jackie has highlighted it will be a major point of focus.
Thank you.
So if I could just follow Rob's point, and then before coming to you, Paula, specifically in the option A for the northern plant, we're talking about the capital cost of the pipe work, the connection infrastructure between, say, Ngarawahia and any of the other towns up that way, back to the revamped, upgraded Puketi plant. And that would be the sort of problem area that Rob's alluding to, as opposed to, say, Waikato District having to build a new Ngarawahia plant. They instead, someone has to pay for the pipes connecting, and Rob's concern, and I think it was justified, is who pays that capital cost? Do they share in that?
Yeah, so the principles outlined in the MOU are that the community that's serviced by a pipeline or that conveyance system are the community who should pay for that conveyance system. So the principle in the MOU is that in the case of Ngarawahia, Waikato District would pay for that conveyance system. I think the discussions are more around the treatment plant end, and paying fair share of the upgrades that are needed at the plant.
All right. And presumably that principle would be one that we could then apply to the southern one if it connects, say, to Ohopo.
Yep.
Or whatever, down in Waipa.
Yeah, and conversely, we would be funding the cost of conveying Hamilton to the plant.
Yeah. Thanks. Sorry, Mayor Paula, thanks.
Yeah, just going to follow on from Rob's comment too, if I might. So, Jackie, my understanding is the current recommendation buys us a considerable amount of time, more time than you originally hoped when you started scoping it, to upgrade Pukete is the preferred.
No. So we're working through refinement of the preferred option right now. As you're aware, our discharge consent from Pukete expires in 2027.
Yep.
And so we really do need to think about what discharge standards and methods we want to include in that application. Through this project, we've landed on the discharge standards, which is good. Ngāruā Wahia discharge consent expires in 2029. So there is pressure for us to move on with upgrading, not only to improve the levels of performance, but to provide for growth.
Right.
Ngāruā Wahia has some compliance challenges right now, and we really do want to avoid Waikato District sinking money into Ngāruā Wahia that will become, be wasteful if they are to connect to Pukete. So we do intend to go together with Waipa District and Waikato Tainui to talk to Regional Council about our consenting pathways and what options there are to, think more holistically around wastewater discharge activities in the Waikato, rather than just taking an individual, discharge by discharge approach. And if we can land on a strategy to do that, that should ideally buy us some time. There will still be a significant upgrade and investment that we need to do for Pukete, irrespective of whether Ngāruā Wahia connects or not.
Yeah, but it's a future-proofing, because in 2027, it's likely that the standards for discharge will not be lighter, but more likely more robust.
Yeah, well, our plan is...
Whaimana and the vision and strategy will have been reviewed by then, potentially.
Well, the standards that we're applying are very high,
Good.
with the intention of being able to, demonstrate that we're contributing to Te Ture Whaimana. So we'll be going forward with the discharge standards that have come out through this process. Waipa District are doing that for Cambridge, and that's a massive improvement from what they were putting forward in the past.
Yeah, cool. So in terms of the southern wastewater plant, so that's what's happening at the north, that makes that clear, thank you. And in terms of what's happening in the south, can you remind us, we're paying for the study on the southern wastewater plant, which is how much again?
We have funded in our LTP $9 million, about 9.1 million, and it's in the report, but that was based on a 40% share of what we expected the pre-implementation activity, so planning, investigation, land purchase to be worth. We've got a paper in Public Excluded which does quantify what land value might be associated with purchasing a site. We have just had requests for proposals close to complete the due diligence activities for the south. I'd rather not say what we expect that to be, just because we're in the process of evaluating those tenders.
Yeah, fair enough. And in terms of where the rubber hits the road, it's in the next iteration of the long-term plan and the one after that where we really need to see what Rob's talking about, a lock-in of partnership across Waipa and Waikato, rather than, because that's in this long-term plan, we're the only one with that investigation money in, and there's no money yet for implementation of it at all. So somewhere down the line, we're going to hit a barrier unless we can jump over it, right, with partnership?
That's right. And for the southern plant, the discussions around the multi-party funding agreement are really to try and land on a contribution from our partners for the pre-implementation phase, so the planning, investigations, and land purchase. So we aim to have that to you by your September meeting.
Right, so then by that stage, it'll be, we'll be able to have something that we can publicly talk about in terms of impact for the public. I mean, because at the moment, all this is a negotiation, right? So there is a sensitivity around it, I get that. But we're forecasting some pretty big pressures on the provision of wastewater, aren't we? And at some stage, that's going to be of public interest. So once the work's done, we'll have those figures and everything available.
Yeah,
transparency.
the staging of the Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant are all detailed in the business case, which is available to the public. So that puts, I guess, some estimates on the cost of delivering the Southern plant. As we move into the next round of asset management planning and informing long-term plans or AMPs for a water entity, if that's what we end up needing to inform, pulling in our partners is going to be really important, and we're starting to do that already, just to make sure that we've got clear alignment between the three councils on the wastewater servicing plans for the metro area.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's it, Paula, or?
Yeah, sorry, sorry, yes, thank you.
You were looking pensive, looking like you had another question that might have been...
No, I might have a comment.
No,
I've got lots of those.
I shouldn't encourage you.
I think
It'll only be short, Dave.
just following on from what Jackie referred to, the next long-term plan, and let's just work on status quo at the moment, will see through the work of the team some fundamental or substantially different recommendations in terms of Three Waters investment off the back of the Southern Wastewater Plant work, off the back of the Northern Wastewater work, and of course our greater learnings and knowledge through the wider district plan work program in terms of brownfield intensification. So that work is all currently being undertaken as part of asset management planning. So Mayor Paula, from a community perspective, is going to be a substantial need for a higher lift in investment in Three Waters infrastructure, headworks, bulk main, trunk main and local infrastructure. And of course this part is referring to, Jackie, really the headworks component, the very top end, but it is, as Chris would say, a seismic shift in the quantum compared to what we have in their current infrastructure strategy now.
Okay. Look, I don't see any more questions, so I'm going to move the report, move the A to D and the staff recommendations, seconded by Councillor Ryan. And just to speak to that briefly, this is obviously, and Jackie's made it clear, not the only thing that's happening in the Three Waters area, in the wastewater area. We're looking at the north, the south, and how they connect and how they service growth, and not just in the metro spatial area. And that's the good thing about it. We're not just no longer talking about Hamilton City's arbitrary 1989 boundaries. We're talking about what will service all the communities in the central Waikato and going quite a way into the future. And that's what's really important about this. And it provides obviously the standard improvement that Jackie was talking about, some of which we need in the immediate future, what sort of cost sharing is going to be needed. Also provides resilience at the moment. If someone did something to the Puketi plant where don't have any capacity really to take up any of the slack there, but with the southern plant in future, we'll have that redundancy available. And all of this work, and Blair has alluded to this, will, if there is an entity be established or anything in that area, this will put us in good stead to get our growth serviced by whatever future entity might take over Three Waters. If we weren't doing this work, there'd be a huge delay, I'd suggest, when a new organisation takes over. We can almost provide a shovel-ready package for the government's new entity to latch onto, which we have determined in advance will service our needs going to the future. And that's not just the needs for greenfield area, it's also the need for, if we want to put 10,000 people in the CBD, they're going to need greater wastewater and water and stormwater facilities and services provided. This will be supporting that sort of growth as well. So it's a really important piece of work. This is a major part, but not the only part of the jigsaw of that work. So that's me. I've got, Ryan, did you want to speak next? Mayor Paula, thanks.
Thank you. I'll be of a few words, somewhere in between. Thank you for that. I agree with what you've said, Dave. And I thought what did you just call it before? A tsunami? No. Seismic shift. And I just want to
I'm plagiarising that from Chris.
Alert people to, that this is no small matter, and this is important that we continue to negotiate. Now, Waipa Council are well aware of our views on the lack of indication of funding. Dave and I have been to many meetings, we've said that every time, when is it that we'll get certainty around that? It will become problematic if we can't work with our neighbours, because the cost is quite huge. It's seismic, isn't it? And we won't be able to meet it without considerable impost on the ratepayer. But we are trying to do cross-boundary work, and this is the important thing. We're trying to demonstrate different ways of working across boundary that's more cost-effective. And I just want to say that thanks to Jackie for the really good work on the Puketi. It's all connected. All of this water infrastructure is connected in the big picture, and none of it is inexpensive when you look at the work. But the standards of discharge into the river will never get lighter. If anything, they may get firmer in terms of cumulative impacts on the river, I should say. So, yeah, lots of work to do in the next 3 years to make some progress on those agreements. It's critical, in fact.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Councillor Rob, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, I read in this morning's, when we talk about Three Waters superseding a lot of the work that we're doing, this morning's Herald, another call to delay or defer the implementation of Three Waters on the basis that it's going far too fast, and a lot of the unanswered questions will potentially lead to its demise. So while I think it may stay on the agenda, as Dave has already alluded to, we need to be working on this now rather than waiting for a Three Waters entity of whatever description it might be, ultimately taking over these assets. But where I think we should be working at the moment is that it, in my mind, absolutely essential that the governance groups who work with our two neighbouring councils work closely with them, and I think Mayor Paula used the word partnership and transparency, so that we ensure that the good work that our staff are doing is on the same page as what the governance group should be setting out to achieve. And I'd also like to recognise the work and confidence I have in Jackie and her team to get this up and running. I think past attempts, and I don't want to labour on this because I do speak about it quite frequently, but past attempts to equitably share the costs of joint assets, to me, always appear to favour our neighbouring councils. And the result of that, of course, is that the Hamilton ratepayers take the financial risks, and the councils around us enjoy our funding and us ultimately providing discounted services to them. And I think we've got to get the message across now that they should be fairly paying for the cost of those services at the true value of what those services are costing, rather than a marginal cost and then discounting that marginal cost, which I think is what we've done in a number of areas where we share costs with us and those councils. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Rob. Look, I have no other speakers, so I'll put the resolution. Those in favour raise their hands, please, including on Zoom, or are they're all frozen on Zoom?
It's all right, I can look up there. The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thanks. Okay, councillors, thanks very much for that. We'll move on to item, following the run sheet, item 10, the revised future-proof strategy for adoption. And Keith, who's been beavering away in the background on that for many, many months, you're going to introduce the report, Keith.
Yes, I can do.
You'll turn that on.
There we go. Kia ora koutou. So the report seeks that this committee adopts the future-proof strategy. So as you recall, hearings and deliberations on the draft future-proof strategy took place earlier this year. The future-proof implementation committee resolved to adopt the revised strategy in mid-June, and has recommended to partners for adoption. So the
just to note, the strategy reflects the position of this committee, particularly the position on future growth area submissions, and then also, just as highlighted by the chair at the start of this meeting, the Future Proof will soon embark on a further review of the strategy, both to respond to the what's called the requirement to produce a future development strategy under the NPS, the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, and just alongside the resolution to adopt, FPIC, the Implementation Committee, did resolve a number of points just to set some scope and direction on that review, which also encompasses the investigation of other areas, much like we were discussing under the Chair's report item. Also, just to note, that review will capture at a strategic level the outcomes from Jackie's Three Waters work and the Metro Spatial Plan Transport Program business case work that Phil Hazelden is involved in. So the outcomes at that high-level strategic will dovetail back into this upcoming review of the future-proof strategy. The anticipated time frame for that review is roughly in the next over the next 18 months. So we'll have a period roughly in the next 6 months of development, and then much like the process we've just gone through, a draft will be notified and will follow the local government consultative procedure and undertake hearings, deliberations, and through to adoption toward the end of next year. With that, any questions from the committee?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Jeff, but I just want to draw your attention to one particular point there in paragraph 27, which is the future work sort of list, or what's your future-proof resolved, in part B. Look at the word employment there. That's met intentionally in there because we want to have a good look at the industrial employment needs of the city going forward, and this council felt that had been a bit lightly touched on. So this is also a really important part, which hasn't had a lot of discussion yet, but it's clearly showing up as being needed in and around Hamilton. So that's why that's there. Jeff, thanks.
Thanks, Chair Dave. Dave, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about some of the growth areas that were recommended to future-proof but not sort of adopted or not prioritised.
Yep.
Is that okay?
Yep, sure. And that's referred to in Part G over at the end of 27.
Yeah.
Just touched on.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if you could tell me just a bit more about Brimer and why it was not prioritised.
Look, I'll give my assessment, but Keith, you might want to, or Blair, add to that, just from being on the hearings committee. It wasn't Brimer was one of the ones that developers with proposals immediately around the outside of the city that hadn't previously been discussed, other than for information sort of purposes by our council or any other council, were put forward in submissions, and we didn't want to say no to any of them. But we didn't feel ready to say yes, or not so much yes, because I think they're all at some stage in the future going to be part of the city. It was which priority order, which ones were the logical additions to the city, which ones, and Brimer was one case where this did get a specific discussion, didn't quite make sense as to the boundary proposed. There needed to be a bigger geographical catchment that might include that. So there were issues, all sorts of issues. Ruakura was another one like that. All sorts of issues like that were thrown up. So we thought, rather than trying to battle it out when we didn't have the information there at that time, let's do some detailed work to actually define those areas, look at the challenges of each of them, and have a discussion back in our local councils and in Future Proof as to which were the priorities, because there were a dozen or so extra ones around the outside of the city, and we couldn't play winners. We weren't in a position to play winners and losers. That's my take on that discussion. But Keith, I don't know whether you want to add to that, even specifically about Brimer or anything like that.
No, you've summarised that quite well, Councillor.
Blair, are you? No.
Thank you. Could I just follow up with that? Yeah, the issue with Brimer in that it's not a natural kind of boundary. I mean, you could say the same thing for SL1 in a way, couldn't you? In fact, you mentioned it earlier. That has the same sort of issues in terms of it's not a natural boundary, doesn't finish at an expressway or something like that.
Absolutely, Jeff. That's the case with part of SL1. With part of it,
sure,
there is a natural boundary, with part there isn't. Sure. And it was envisaged that we look at the wider southern area. I think there's even a term, in F, investigate the potential for greenfield development to the south of Hamilton, including SL1. Right. So not specifically on the boundary of that, but including that.
Righto, that's cool. So what does the future hold in terms of what work actually will be done in regards to Brimer? In this, will work be done on it in the future development strategy, or does it just get left now?
So there is a investigational scoping exercise, and that is outlined in some further detail in the accompanying report, item 8, so which talks specifically about a focus on R2, WA, and SL1 as three areas of prioritised investigation. But part of the exercise that we would go through in putting forward Hamilton's position into this next review of the future proof strategy is to consider other areas. One thing, apart from considerations around more logical or defensible boundaries, is also the considering the need for these areas. I mean, whilst we'd want to have at our disposal a range of options, one other consideration is also given our expected population growth numbers, it is a question of how many additional growth cells do we need within our planning horizon.
Okay, so there will be some assessment done of Brimer in that work?
We are scoping a number of areas in addition to R2, WA and SL1.
Yeah, I think, Jeff, there were a number of areas in the same category, if you like. Brimer was one, Te Kowhai East, Ruakura East, and the three that come to mind, but I think there were another couple as well, that were all in that. After the three mentioned in the report, WA, R2 and SL1, what's the next cab off the rank? Well, let's look at that group and see, come back with an answer as to what the next cab off the ranks should logically be.
Thank you. No, I've probably got my West Ward hat on, thinking about Brimer.
Mark wants to jump in there.
Chair. Very good question, Deputy Mayor. I mean, the next report, item 8, is going to address this in a bit more detail, and I'd probably leave the conversation for that report if we can.
Good stuff. No, thank you very much for your answers.
Yep. So I haven't got any more questions. Sorry, I'm just looking around. No? Okay. Look, I'll move the staff recommendation there on page 121. Paul is seconding it. Yeah, thanks. Look, we've had quite a good discussion in relation to Jeff's questions there. Future-proof, almost the first thing we identified in future-proof plan that was put forward was we were out of date with the plan almost before it was even put up to us as a draft, let alone sort of for final approval. So that's why we included as part of the approval process what happens next and how quickly should it happen. And 18 months for a future-proof review is a heck of a lot quicker than whatever we've done in the past. Obviously, the central Waikato is growing and developing much faster than was originally envisaged back when future-proof started, and we have to be more nimble and think ahead more. And clearly, R2WA and SL1 are not the end of the story, but what the next steps are, we need a bit more information to determine that. Nothing is ruled out. There are some of the developers that have come to me in that next step category and said, why have we been told no? And the answer is that they should not have been told no. Some rather unfortunate letters have gone out from Future-Proof, and I'll say this in publicly, that in a planning perspective, we haven't said yes, but that doesn't mean we've said no. It means that exactly what it says, that we're reviewing what happens next, and we're doing it really quickly. In a planning sense, 18 months is extremely quick. I see Karen smiling up the back there. So please tell anyone you're in contact with that they have not been ruled out, but we need to do some more work, and we're doing it as quickly as possible. And my view is that just about all of the ancient areas that have been mentioned to us, and a whole lot more that probably haven't yet been mentioned, will in future need to be part of Hamilton City. But obviously, Keith made this point, we can't put the infrastructure in for all of them all at once. We have to have some sort of sensible, financially sustainable order to grow, but we also have to have the room to grow, and we have to be in charge of that decision-making process rather than having to go and negotiate it on each little bit of land. So we're trying to tie all of that together, and we're sort of in the middle of that process now. The next council will have to deal with the next part of this. So I've got Mayor Paula, you seconded. Do you want to speak next?
I was just going to support your view. Obviously, Future-Proof did an independent assessment based on a number of criteria and aspects, including soil type and transport and so on. So that's the sort of stuff that we're going to look at again now and quickly. Because you're right, a number of people have come to us looking for growth aspirations, and we support that. We've always supported that. You yourself, Councillor McPherson, have been a strong advocate for making changes that make sense as quickly as possible and nutting those down. At the end of the day, and we're going to go into the next item shortly, this is a matter, whether things come into the city and so on, and like that is a matter of negotiation we'll get to in the next item. And negotiation is negotiation. But we have always pushed a strong view around the city boundaries. At the same time, of course, recognising the importance of infill, so it's getting that balance right between the greenfields and the infill and the brownfield development. So all of those factors come into play, but I think those people that I've spoken to are happy to hear that there is an assessment of need being carried and a feasibility being carried out, and a quick one, which will give them the certainty, because I believe that's what all developers want, is actually some certainty and timing around what they're about. So, and we need to provide that. Thanks. Thanks for your work on it, Dave.
Thanks. Deputy Mayor Jeff, then Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Dave. I want to congratulate you for your advocacy work on Future-Proof. I know behind the scenes you were battling away for a number of areas, and you made a real difference. I think we're in a pretty good position, you know, with R2WA and of course Peacock and Rotokauri and with SL1 and SL2. I brought up Brimer, I suppose, partly because I've got my West Ward hat on, and it's an area that a lot of people now in my suburb talk about. I agree with what you say, that actually most of these areas on our periphery they have to go. I think they have to be proceeded with. I do question the wisdom of holding back some of these areas because of a feeling that we may not need them. Because in my view, pursuing 50% infill or more, as a next report suggests, isn't actually that healthy for our city. I actually think it's damaging. So I would actually rather see us pushing out to these areas instead of relying on infill constantly to provide our new houses. So to me, we haven't got the balance right now. So I'm more on the camp of proceeding with these ones as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Thanks. Martin, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, as one of the alternates on the future group and also sat through the hearings with you, want to acknowledge, particularly on the hearings, your advocacy and how crucial it is to have political leadership. And I think certainly your role has shown that there, and obviously a shout out for Mayor Paula also for her role in the organisation. I think obviously next items we'll be talking about boundaries and growth areas, but I just want to note obviously how critical future-proof is, you know, for the Hamilton-Auckland Corridor Plan, Metro Spatial Plan. So this, while I've been somewhat critical of the tortuous glacial discussions around some boundary issues, which are incredibly important to the city, I'm certainly not critical of the timeline of future-proof, and I think this has been a good example of where all local authorities, the 3 TAs, have worked together. I also want to strongly welcome that finally Matamata Piako, particularly in terms of Morrinsville, was now part of the future-proof tapestry, so to speak. So I think I just want to acknowledge you, Paula, and key staff. This has been a critical piece of work. And in my view, I think it does get the balance right between vision and pragmatism. And certainly in terms of our future urban growth strategy, obviously it's a very, very critical component.
Have you, sorry Martin, you've frozen. It's finished. Okay.
Well, I think most people would love me to be frozen, particularly some very, very good friends in the chamber who have my interests at heart, but I have frozen out, but frozen out with enthusiasm for future-proof.
Well, that's one way of putting it. Hey, look, just to sort of write a reply here, since there are no other speakers. Just on a point that Jeff raised, and I guess I'd say regardless of what you think about the right proportion of greenfield to infield should be, there is no doubt that we have to be able to grow in both ways in the city, and right at the moment, the figures came out recently, we're getting about, in the last year, 780 new residential units in greenfields areas. That's less than 50%. It was only 46% of our growth. If we have that same growth trajectory, if it doesn't change at all, and I suspect we're going to grow faster in the future, we're still going to need to have several areas available for growth in the greenfields area. And one of the things that the city suffered on for quite a few years was we only had one growth area, Rotatuna, which helped push prices up, made for an odd-shaped city for people that could barely get to the city in the 20 minutes. We didn't, for Rotatuna, it wasn't really a 20-minute city, and we didn't have any other options, and land prices went up quite fast as a result at a time when they weren't necessarily going up that fast elsewhere around the country. So if we have several areas available for growth, we're going to not pull prices down, but keep a little bit of a lid on them. We're going to be able to have a rounder, more easy to navigate city, a better shaped city, and things like that. So but we can't do that with only one or two areas available. We're going to have several. We're a big enough city now to need that. We're closing in on 200,000 in the immediate, either in the urban area or immediately round the edge. The metro spatial area is more like 300,000, and that's the sort of growth area that we're talking about now, and that's just the greenfields part that I'm talking about there as well. You know, you're talking about another 900 odd infill houses per year at the moment, and that's not going to slow down in the maybe a bit lumpy over the next year or two, but generally the trajectory is up fast and faster than anywhere else in the country. So we have to provide for that growth, and we have to think ahead about it. So with that magnificent speech, let's move to a vote. Those in favour, please raise their hand. Councillor Mark.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, yeah. You keep getting frozen, Mark. It must be that clerical garb you're wearing. Hey, councillors, let's break until 10 past, is that all right? Yep, yep. We're straight on to hugs when we come back. Staff. Could that unruly bunch of councillors over there come and sit down, please? Well, Councillor Sarah, stop chatting with staff. Okay. Kia ora, we're back on stream now. We're on item 9, councillors, the HUGS review. And we have Stafford here to... who's that? Hang on, what's happening here?
That's Grant Kettle.
Who did you have to mute? Grant, we're muting you, Grant. Okay, Stafford, would you like to introduce item 9, thanks, or Karen, whoever's doing that? You've both got your red lights on there.
Thank you, Councillor Dave. Morena, councillors. So today we are seeking resolutions to progress the HUGS review. So just a bit of a reminder on what HUGS will do for us as a council. It's going to calm the growth approach for our city and set it out really clearly, so when growth decisions come back to this chamber, we can see how they align with our strategy. It should make things a lot easier for the next triennium. It's going to help us with long-term investment decision making and really flow through into some of our important documents like 30-year infrastructure strategies, 10-year plans, future plan changes and reviews, and sets out that pipeline for future growth. So today we're seeking resolutions to approve the outcomes of that draft HUGS. So then staff with the reference group and the chair and deputy chair of the Strategic Growth Committee meeting will go about finalising that strategy for public consultation. That consultation will happen directly after the election period with a view to wrapping up a final version of the strategy very early 2023. Finishing it early in 2023 is critically important that it can flow through into that next 10-year plan period and be finalised before the next future-proof step, which you heard from Keith about previously. So with that, I will take the report as read, and if there's any questions.
Right, we've got Deputy Mayor Jeff, thanks.
Thanks, Chair Dave. Yeah, look, maybe this has crept up on me. I got a bit of a shock when I read on point 57 on page 114 that part of this new strategy is that we want to reach 70% intensification. And given where we are with around about 50% now, that really concerns me in terms of in terms of the look and feel of the city. That seems awfully high. Firstly, how do we rate with other cities around the country in terms of intensification? We're 50%, round about 50% at the moment. What are the other cities?
So some other cities are near us, like Auckland, for example, is above us. I think they're around 60% recently. Right. But sort of for our size, we're one of the higher intensification areas in the country. What would
Tauranga be?
I'm not sure of Tauranga's specific percentage splits.
You must have an idea.
I don't have an idea, sorry.
Is any other staff members have an idea of what Tauranga is?
I had heard that they were in the 30s, but that was a year or so ago, as opposed to the 54 I think we were last year.
Blair, do you know?
Look, I don't know the specifics for the others, but what I can say is that the direction from all government work with us, and likewise even our own work in Future Proof, is to intensify the nature of the living in metro environments, including Hamilton. So it's very much an approach that you would see across other urban growth partnerships, a desire to substantially increase the densification and brownfield developments.
Okay. On the recommendations B3, there's a line saying support the development of new neighbourhoods that promote livability.
So what page is that?
That is
107. Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
It's in the recommendations.
Yep.
3B3. And again, I suppose when I look at a place like Hillcrest, Greensborough Street, May Street, I think to myself, how the heck is our infill promoting livability, neighbourhoods that promote livability? I really struggle with that. And we're at around 50% infill now, and if we're saying moving to 70%, which means more Hillcrests, more cars parked on the road, how do you justify that?
So I think there's a few parts to this here. So the support the developments of new neighbourhoods that promote livability is really the greenfield element of the strategy. That's speaking to getting it right from the outset. But this strategy has to be pragmatic in a sense that we're taking a lot of inputs that haven't been determined by us. It's the likes of central government direction, regional direction, and the sort of growth outcomes that we're seeing. It's the likes of what our district plan already enables us. So we need to come through with a strategy that promotes best outcomes from a wellbeing perspective for our city. So, and we know it's a reality that we will intensify and grow in areas based on the settings that our district plan allows. So the strategy needs to come through and help council make decisions that can promote the best intensification outcomes. We're highlighting through the strategy that the central city is the best area to intensify from the outset and then growing out from there. So it's areas like your walkable catchment, your Hamilton East, your north of your central city that we're really promoting as the best opportunities for infill growth. I think the examples that we see around the university is a good lesson to learn for issues that we need to avoid and mitigate in the future around that streetscape and placemaking elements. So I think you've raised a lot of the concerns that are not uncommon with intensification, Deputy Mayor Jeff, and I definitely hold some of them myself, and around, you know, the rubbish and recycling collection, parking, but these are some of the challenges to go with the opportunity that we have for intensification. So intensification brings good elements too, like accessibility, about climate change emissions reductions future, can help enable that 20-minute city, and it will help us in a sort of enable to rejuvenate areas that need more investment. So growth can sort of be a double-edged sword there. We can go back into areas and help to mitigate some of the sort of poor outcomes that are taking place now with growth-supported investment. So I think it's sort of that opportunities, challenges balance that I'd like to bring to the table with this strategy.
No, thanks for your answer, Stafford. Dave, just a couple more if I may. No,
yeah, sure.
I just want to sort of tease it out a bit. Given that, you know, Hamilton has an incredibly tight boundary, and we've touched on that, you know, the 1989 reforms, and given the way we are developing some of our new greenfield, all of our new greenfields developments, such as Peacocks, right from the get-go, sustainable transport links, that sort of thing. I suppose my question is, if we want to reduce the likelihood of negative sort of infill, wouldn't we be better to focus more attention on more of these developments on the periphery of the city? Because if they're going to be like Peacock, they're going to be, right from the start, they're going to be good, climate change friendly, sustainable, low emission developments with good transport links. Why wouldn't we put more emphasis on that instead of kind of just leaving it open, I suppose is what I'm saying? Because to me, this leaves it open, where although you don't want bad infill, you're still going to get some.
I think from the start we need to realise that this strategy is stepping off from where the district plan change that's currently underway will leave us. So we have a reality too that there is a lot of development rights throughout the city. We've set obligations in existing greenfield areas too. We've been saying we're going to go to Rotokoldi for a long time. We're putting a bridge across the river into Peacock. We're committed in a lot of areas existing in the city. So I think where this strategy can help us is help prioritise our next phases of infrastructure investment through the subsequent 30-year infrastructure strategy and 10-year plan to help us get it right across the city. what I think is really important with what you said around the areas in the periphery is that we have a opportunity for a pipeline for growth. To the Chair Dave's point that we have been growing quicker than we thought we were going to grow. If that continues, we need to ensure that the city has opportunities to make informed decisions about different areas it can bring online to help mitigate that. At the moment, in that sort of medium-term pipeline, we've got the likes of Peacock and Rotocoldies. You've got your Rototuna, which is still growing. You've got opportunities in Ruakura and Te Awa Lake. So I think there's a lot of medium-term opportunities for greenfield on the pipeline. We need to make sure that we, as a city, can also invest adequately in the infill to mitigate some of these poor outcomes like you've pointed to that can come around the Greensboro streets with that type of intensification that isn't supported adequately with investment.
And I might just add to that, everything, Councillor Jeff, that one of the other key outcomes you'll see is ensuring that we invest along the key transport corridors. And that's a sort of way to, a place to direct density to support those long-term sort of transport and mode shift outcomes. So you'll see there in paragraph 63, where it talks about enabling and encouraging intensification in those centres along the corridors.
So Karen, is that what you've just said, the intensification along corridors, is that what leads to the 70%, or is it the NPSUD, which is going for a citywide intensification? Is it our own district plan that's driving the 70%?
It's a combination, Councillor Dave. There definitely will be the directive of the strategy along the corridors and alongside the transport business case work that you've heard. There's our central city focus as well, which leads to that. But just broadly, there will be opportunities for growth throughout the city because it is enabled through the district plan. So, but
it's not the NPSUD citywide, one size fits all sort of thing. It's our district plan that would lead to this.
Duplexes.
And it's also worth pointing out that that is a long-term aspiration, like that will take some time. And I think by long-term we're meaning sort of at a minimum 30 years.
I think it's fair to say, just to answer Councillor Dave's question, it's a culmination of all the work that staff has referred to over the last 12, 18 months that's leading to the recommendation of a move to 70%, noting that we are achieving over 50% and have been so for some time. I also think, Councillor Jeff, we would all agree that some of the brownfield developments occurred is not what we would like. And so the district plan work, and in particular Plan Change 12, is about trying to direct that growth in the future in brownfield into the type of growth we want to see. So noting that the operative district plan is in place, but we are wanting to shift that to a focus around central city, walkable catchment, corridors, and those centres where it makes logical sense for growth to occur. So what Stafford is referring to here is a culmination of all that work, in addition to the work that Phil Hazeldene's led and other pieces that kind of culminate in a city which is developing with a greater compact style of living, but in a way that's smart and picks up some of the things that you've brought to our attention over the past 12, 18 months in terms of the concerns of the type of growth you're seeing. Thanks, Blair, and thanks, Dave, for your discretion.
Okay, clarification. Sorry, I've got Mangai Ollie, then Rob, Paula, Sarah and Martin. Where's Martin gone? He's there somewhere.
Thanks, Chair Dave. And further to Deputy Mayor Jeff's points, it is, I guess, concerning to see across the city how quickly intensification seems to be happening on an ad hoc basis. So, Blair, it's encouraging to hear your summary there of being able to map or inform the development of that intensification based on the areas raised in point 55 of the report. staff had realised that CBD is growing really quickly with the number of apartments that are being built. Of that 70% of intensification, do you have a gut feel or a rough feel of how much of that 70% is happening in the CBD at the moment?
I think that currently it's not a large percentage, but through work in the program space that Karen's team leads, if you've heard from Tilly Murcott and her Central City program, the work that's been done in the IAF bid, I understand there's a lot of developer intention here, and it can snowball quite quickly. We've seen a few developments be successful in this area, so I've got a sort of a gut feel that it's gonna start ramping up. I think it's similar to how duplexes started, in my view. You got a few of them away to start with. Developers realised that this was a viable way to develop, and some of the skills and knowledge in the construction sector sort of picked up in that space, and people understood the viability of these projects better. So with the success of each Central City development, noting that these are generally more complex and longer term to kick off and complete, I think we're going to see a bit of a snowball in this space. I'm definitely aware of a lot of projects that are sort of in contemplation around the Central City. Additionally, that walkable catchment to the Central City is really attractive from a livability perspective. So I think we're going to see more and more growth in that space.
Interesting, thank you.
And also, I just wanted to add to that the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund application at the moment is indicating that there's 4,000 dwellings in the Central City for up to 10,000 people. And the major developers in the Central City they think that's a real thing and it's really achievable. So you combine that with just the pre-application discussions and things that are on the cards for the Central City, I think it will play a big role. I think it was last year in the growth projections, the Central City actually had the highest growth in terms of population growth. So it is starting to happen, and I guess that is our vision for the Central City, is to make it a place where people want to be and just attract real growth in there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ollie. Councillor Rob, thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I just want to follow on with that questioning, because when I read paragraphs 74 and 75, where you talk about the financial considerations around infrastructure, doesn't really tell me a great deal, except both options, infill and greenfields, are very, very expensive. How do we stay nimble enough to have $1 each way on these? Because the market changes, and I've already heard that at least one Central City apartment project has been abandoned and another one significantly delayed because of the lack of pre-sales. And I don't know if there are others, and there are likely to be others out there too. And if we are heading down the pathway of investing significantly, and I don't want to pick the Central City, but if we go in any one direction, and we talked earlier about all the other options around other bits of land, both in and outside the city, how do we stay nimble enough to make sure that we don't invest in the wrong? We invest now in the wrong area and find the market's turned. Maybe people don't want to live in the city in a 7-storey apartment. They want to be out in a greenfield site.
I think there's two parts to answer this question.
Probably more than two, actually. Yeah. But
one is that we definitely have $1 in the greenfield camp currently. There's a lot of obligations to grow there that we're putting in. We're putting lots of money into Peacock. We're looking at options to unlock Rotokoldi as well. So really, it's about putting our $1 into the infill as well to make sure that that balance is there. Secondly, I think you're highlighting some issues around the cyclical nature of the building industry. And as council, I think part of our obligation is to look through that cyclical period and to keep investing so that when the next cycle upturn happens, we have that adequate infrastructure in place in the right area for the best area for outcomes for people to live, so that that they can go all guns blazing in that next cycle. I mean, ideally there wouldn't be any cyclical movements, but I think, you know, that's just the reality that we live in New Zealand. So best for council to make sure that we do have that balance you're talking about, enable both areas for growth, and sort of have that long-term view. This is a 50-year strategy. We need to make sure these decisions for investments we're making, you guys are making around this table, really have very long-term implications. They're really large dollar values, and the benefits and the costs for Hamiltonians will stretch on for generations. So I think, you know, you're right to be concerned, are we putting it in the right place? All the evidence suggests that the central city has the best outcomes from a livability perspective for Hamiltonians, followed by, you know, that walkable catchment around the periphery, and then some of the areas, you know, adjacent to that walkable catchment, the likes of your Hamilton Easts, your 5 Crossroads, that Fairfield Enderley opportunities. Those are some really good locations for future growth.
So just in terms, you know, and do you think that we're sufficiently resourced now to be, to have our ear to the ground, that's, you know, both staff and governance, to know when the market, the cyclical nature of the market is changing, so that we, you know, I mean, the problem I see is that we invest 100 million in upgrading the central city infrastructure that needs to build or to provide for all those homes, and then nothing happens for 10 years. So the city's funded that 100 million, paying the interest on it, ready and waiting for the developers to come along and build those high-rise apartments and so forth.
Greg's team, the Growth Funding Analytics Unit, are really well placed for that. I know other councils have been copying some of the setup that they have now, so that's a really good start for us. I'd also like to give you some confidence through the IAF application process, gives us some certainty around, you know, what intention there is in the market to develop there. So there's those two to help you gain some certainty. I think what you're raising here is that we need a return on investment, and that we can't have these outlays that don't actually recoup the money for long periods of time.
Or recoup any money for a long period of time, yeah. We know that there's a slow process there, but, you know, to have it sitting there and not doing anything at all is potentially a real worry, financially anyway.
I think, just if I might, I mean, I think, Councillor Rob, if it was growth planning was easy, I think we wouldn't all be here.
No, I know there's no silver bullet to this, but
no, and I think, you know, part of this is what Stafford has outlined here is our strategy for the future in terms of how we wish to influence how the city will be shaped and grown. And we're responding to, you might recall our presentation we gave, we were going some of the challenges that we face. One of those is climate, environment. And so we have to make some bold changes over time to respond to that, for example. So some of these will require council to take investment or lead investment and to direct and change things. So look, it's not an easy answer. I think you've certainly asked some really good questions, and we think about those things all the time. And the team are well connected with the development community, and we are both sending signals and listening to them and trying to find that happy medium. But equally, the reality is you've heard through Future Proof and those other strategies around how we're working with our neighbouring councils to think about growth over time, and think about, we've all got limited budgets to invest to support growth. How do we do so in a way that's sustainable? So, yeah, I mean, it's a great questions. And I think this is where the strategy and reviewing the strategy and reviewing our work on a constant basis is important as well, that we are making sure that what we do is delivering the right outcomes for our community.
Great. Just one last question, and this might not be a great question, but one last question. On the bus trip that we took a few weeks back, personally I was quite horrified in driving down those narrow streets in a greenfield site, and all of these houses kind of almost on top of each other. And, you know, I understand that that's part of central government's policy towards intensification. but are we buying ourselves into, you know, lots of mental health issues that might arise? And, you know, are there studies that we should be looking at now to prevent the kinds of things that I know happened in the UK with their council housing after the war and so forth? Are there ways that we should be keeping an eye on what's happening in those areas? Because, you know, you talk about public transport going out there and bringing all these people into the city, but, you know, a jolly bus isn't going to get down some of those streets. They're so narrow, and they will, as Deputy Mayor Jeff has alluded to, they'll have cars parked on both sides of the road because they won't be able to get onto the small sections that they've got and so forth.
Well, I think as council, you're asking the right question because we're here for the well-being of people. So I think it's really important that we have a view to these considerations. Elements like our parks provision strategies can really help mitigate some of the density elements that you're talking about, and ensuring that, you know, things like the 20-minute city aspirations are met. These are all steps in the right direction to help mitigate these concerns. But I think from a growth strategy perspective, enabling that intensification around the infill could help mitigate some of these outcomes. Instead of, if we enable good opportunities to grow at density in the centre of our city, that will create a more balanced city where the intensification is more centrally located rather than at the periphery, which could create some of these potential sort of negative outcomes.
Yep, okay,
And
thank
then,
you.
Just going to get Mark to comment.
Councillor Pascoe, I might just jump in here. So, I mean, so where we're going plan change 12, and I think the questions relate very much to sort of the government direction, and that is effectively intensification throughout all brownfield environments. So we're really grappling with this very issue in terms of no longer being able to manage and control where density goes. That's effectively been removed from us through the Enabling Housing Act. But what we are looking at through Plan Change 12 is in terms of urban design, so really wanting to bolster the urban design so that we're looking at how the site buildings are laid out on a site, looking at tree cover, looking at landscaping. We're also looking at an extensive rewrite of our transport chapter to address road widths and things like that to try and, I guess, not repeat the mistakes of the past in terms of some of those examples of poor intensification that the city has had. I think the other thing which we need to be really mindful of is that there's already huge investment in amenity and different services in the central city. So that really supports a central city first strategy. And by actually bringing more or promoting more residential development in the central city, actually enables us first and foremost to leverage off those existing assets, because during the evening everybody goes out, but those assets are still sitting there in the ground and can be utilised. I think to Stafford's point, the strategy is a long run strategy, so the 70-30 split is an aspirational target. It's a target that's required to deliver on the program transport business case as well. So some of those transport outcomes won't be achievable if we're not meeting some of these high rates of intensification. But ultimately, some of these sort of strategic shaping decisions are for members here to make a call on. I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Thanks. Karen, did you?
Oh yes, I was going to say to Councillor Robb's question as well, how will we know and what do we do to monitor? I understand that there's a number of wellbeing kind of surveys and community surveys that take place alongside the work that the community advisors do, but I think quality of life survey that's held also gives us an understanding of how people are feeling.
But it would appear at the moment, if I use the example that I had about these projects that have been abandoned or delayed in the city, that intensification seems to be much more active out in some of the greenfield sites at the moment. Is that a correct observation?
I would say that we would probably need to look at some data from the growth funding analytics team to see if that trend is right across the city and if the whole market is in fact being affected right now. It's probably something that would be quite useful to look at.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, could I just possibly comment on that as well, if I may, very briefly? So we will see further or greater intensification on the periphery because of the direction of the planning controls. So it's in the developer's interest to maximise their yield, and that is going to lead to some higher density in those fringe or peripheral areas, which is not a great outcome, but it is the outcome we're left with.
Yeah, I'm thinking here not of the areas that Stafford talked about, but certainly some of the areas out of Horsham Downs Road and on the other side of the expressway. I can't remember the street, but where we actually drove on that bus trip a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. I've taken the floor for too long.
Mayor Paula, thanks.
Thank you. Following on from that line of questioning, what can we do in the district plan or through the plan change to because this is very generic, very high level, right? These three outcomes are very high level. But in terms of what can we do to drive that livability, how soon can we make changes that will drive aspects of livability? I think Mark was kind of touching on that before. So where's our chance to really nut home what livability looks like?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's access to amenities. We touched on that already. Access to parks and open spaces, access to employment, and a lot of, as we've touched on, a lot of those characteristics are prevalent in the CBD, which is why a central city focus or central city sort of as the primary focus of growth is logical.
So can we set sort of minimum standards in terms of what goes into our plan around things like access to park, impacts on transport on the road? Because why I say this, just to put it in context, is Andrew and I attended, doesn't really matter who the developer is, but we attended a meeting in the Beta area. And whether it's Kainga Ora or another developer, right, it's a developer who's able to do whatever the rules and standards allow them to do, right? So there's no difference. So if that's the case, I think the things that the public are concerned about, apart from losing things like privacy, shade, spill of cars onto the road, no access for children to go anywhere and play, those kind of things. How do we deal with those, or can we?
Well, I think we come back to what's already been permitted through the duplex policy. So the duplex policy that we have in play at the moment is already very permissive, allowing effectively 1 unit per 200 square metres. So that those examples in Beta are within our current operative district plan controls.
Yeah. I don't want to get stuck on the particular example because I agree with you. They're within the rules. But how do we, going forward, change the rules to push the right kind of livability that we're...
I guess what I'm saying is that our ability to create rules specific to Hamilton which respond to Hamilton needs have been largely taken away from us through the Enabling Housing Act. So permitting as of right 3 dwellings up to 3 stories on a site.
There's nothing we can do to offset, to mitigate that impact of that?
As you know, Mayor Paula, we're looking at financial contributions to collect for streetscape and amenity upgrades, which would include parks and trees and things like that. We're also looking for collecting FCs for Tuturi Whaimana related activities, which include gully restoration and activities such as that, which all contribute to improving the urban environment. But I think what I suspect you're thinking of is in terms of some of these streetscapes which were designed for 15 dwellings per hectare that are struggling to deal with the effects of 25 to 30 to 40 dwellings per hectare.
Yeah, I'll speak to what my primary concerns are in debate, but just a couple of other questions. I've always been quite keen on strengthening and developing the scope of the urban design panel, and I've said this more times than I can count, but what can we do to give them the opportunity to reach more people in a cost-effective way and incentivise good design outcomes through the urban design panel, because I'm quite keen on that.
So, Mayor Paula, through you, Chair, can I answer that? before I get to that, we're strengthening all the urban design controls through Plan Change 12. So developments of 4 or more units will require some robust urban design analysis, which look at visual amenity, which look at the bulk and location on the site. They address building setbacks and the like and things like that. At the moment, that is our best tool to drive better design outcomes, because the urban design panel is not a mandatory requirement.
No, but we have talked about what we could do to strengthen the urban design panel. I mean, that's not a new conversation. That's 2.5 years old conversation.
From a resource consenting point of view, the rules that we have in the plan are our best lever, if you like. But certainly, I'm very keen to encourage developments and private plan changes and the like to go through the urban design panel to provide.
So through you, CE Lance, I would like to further that discussion, but I'll talk to it in debate. But I want to see what happened, because I know I've sent it through my team on a number of occasions. How can we do that? Because they're a discrete team. They've only got so many resources, only can help so many people.
Paula, they do it during debate. It's just that we're straying a little bit from HUGs into the district plan, which was fine. They're related, but
yeah, okay.
Getting
I'll
into
move
the
on to
detail.
Detail's kind of where it matters, but I hear you. In terms of if infill requires water upgrades, which is part of the issue here, what happens if a developer comes in within the rules of the HUGs and within the district plan, but we just can't give them timely access to water upgrades? What happens then? Because surely that slows everything down for them. If it doesn't matter if it's CBD, you've got a high rise all of a sudden, 6 floors plus, whatever. You can't shove the water all through the same small pipe, presumably, to get up to the top of a 6-storey building. So what happens if we literally do not have the budget? Do we get pushed to delivering it regardless?
So through HUGs is really a strategy of where we're looking to prioritise our investment and where we're proactively looking to invest. I think the issues that you're raising here really highlight the need to have a strategy that prioritises looking inward and looking to enable and support the types of growth that have been allowed through the district plan change. I think the question.
So can there not be a cross-reference? You've got 1, 2 and 3. Can there not be a reference to the ability to deliver required infrastructure? I know the government's requiring over and above the top of that, but it sends a signal. I was just a question.
Sorry, I don't quite understand. You mean you think?
Well, you've got points 1, 2 and 3.
You mean in B?
In B, in the staff recommendation.
So points 1.
But there's no reference to the ability to roll out infrastructure in HUGs that I see. Could there be? Should there be? Just asking.
HUGs really wants to stay in a space where it's suggesting where's best for growth, and then enable that prioritisation of infrastructure spending through the 30-year infrastructure strategy. So that infrastructure strategy is the appropriate space to lay out all of our plans to deliver on our obligations for growth over that 30-year period.
I suppose my question relates to the comments that Mark made before about, this has been imposed upon us and our ability to deliver. So what I'm seeing here is some really good, the 3 bullet points I support. I was just wondering if there was another one that signalled.
I think, Paula, the detail underneath, I think, gives the assurance that you're looking for. Like if I refer to paragraph 59, where it breaks down those 3 bullet points and looks at the central city one.
Yeah, I've seen that.
One of those is prioritise growth investment to enable development in the central city. So that speaks to the direction HUGs is signalling to our LTP and infrastructure strategies that when we construct those, investment should be focused there, which I think speaks to your question. So
just people look at the people in the wider public do not necessarily read paragraph 59, but they will read the recommendation.
I think what the team is saying is this is a strategy that you're adopting, which then directs your own work programs and future processes.
On top of that, it's not.
Hang on.
It's not just a strategy, it's a draft that we're putting out for consultation. So we're having another bite of it after that, after the community's had a good look at it.
Yes, and Mayor Paula, to your point about paragraph 59, so the actual HUG strategy will be simple and easy to read and good looking.
Good that it's good looking. Just one point that I would be remiss not to add in terms of HUGs, that's the crime prevention aspect. CPTED is the tool that's currently being used. I unashamedly am pushing that more development factors in crime prevention design, or CPTED. Is that picked up anywhere? I didn't see it. Could it be picked up? Because it's something that we're working really, Councillor Bunting and myself are working very closely with the police on this one aspect, which we can control.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, Mayor Paula, yes, CPTED will be introduced as a requirement for new developments, so to undertake a CPTED assessment.
Yes. Good,
so,
thank you. That makes me very happy today, thank you.
Right, yeah. Councillor Sarah, thanks.
Thanks, Daphne and Karen. I just had a question around the 70% and its link to the Metro Spatial Plan and the transport business case, and just where that, if you could elaborate a bit more on the link there.
Certainly. The transport business case relies on intensification so that the patronage on the bus routes or the train routes or whatever ends up being the final form are viable. So the longer that we grow, the slower it takes us to intensify, the longer it takes for increased levels of service and viability in these public transport routes to be viable. Yeah, we won't have the low emissions future if these routes aren't viable, or there'll just be large costs to subsidise these routes, which isn't a good outcome for anyone. So I think it's that integrated transport and land use planning, which is really important. We need to make sure that we are enabling the city to grow in a way that low emissions future is possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Martin now, thanks. Martin, quick, come back.
Yes, I find myself just picking up, find myself listening very close to Jeff and Rob. And Rob talks about, mental health, quality of life issues. And this is a draft strategy, so I totally understand this. So just two questions. First of all, on the bus tour and even walking around, which Jeff and others, Paula, have alluded to some really awful examples of urban development, of intensification. So the ideal is we have a European-style city, beautiful public transport, boulevards, high density. We have similar high density in Cameron Road, May Street, parts of Hillcrest, Beta area, Lawn Street, and yet the outcome is potentially awful at this point. Can some member of staff ask me what work are we doing through the LTP to do some urgent retrofits where we can, to try and ameliorate some of the negative aspects, and Jeff and Rob and others have alluded to. We've had the ideal of high intensification, but we've had some really negative aspects. Don't get me wrong, there's some other examples which are good, but and you only have to walk around these areas on rubbish day and cars on road, the whole deal.
Councillor Martin, the problem with your question is it doesn't really relate to HUGs, which is talking about going forward. It relates to the problems that have been identified with a lack of HUGs in the past.
Sure.
Which is a problem, all right, but it wasn't what we were discussing very much. So,
no, I accept that. My problem, Mr. Chair, and I'll be ruled out of order, is I get really depressed when we have this. And look, I acknowledge the wonderful high-level work we're doing, but I'm not hearing parallel to that some really clear plans to go back and sort out some of the problems that have been created on the way as a result of this so-called infill and intensification. Maybe Blair or someone. or you'll rule me out of order.
Well, Leah, maybe if you could suggest a home for that discussion.
Look, I think it probably feels more like an infrastructure operations matter,
Yes.
Councillor Martin. So I think at the end of the day, what you've heard from the team here is that HUGS is about looking forward and how we bring together all of the lessons that we know and some of the comments and concerns and challenges, and how do we make sure that the future growth that we are enabling delivers the city that we aspire to, take into account all the various things that the work streams, the district plan, metro transport, other challenges, and how do we focus our investment and our planning to deliver that outcome? That's what HUGS is about. So just reinforce that point.
Yeah, and I'd also like to just add as well that the one of the main driving factors for arriving at these outcomes is the health and well-being of the Waikato River. So it's a real driving factor in terms of where is best for growth and how we grow as a city.
Look, I totally acknowledge fantastic work that's been done, but when people come to make a submission on this document, inevitably, going back to Jeff and Rob's points, they're going to look at examples that they see with their own eyes of bad examples of intensification, even their next door neighbour development kind of thing. How are we going to assure people moving forward that we will not be repeating those mistakes, and we might even go back and do some retrofits as well?
Yeah, I mean, Martin, that's a rhetorical point at this stage. That's going to be the job of the council going forward to work that out. But this here is how do we want to stop repeating those mistakes that I'm sure you could spend the next 2 hours identifying.
No, that's right. Now, final question is, and I'm really heartened and overwhelmed by that. Thank you. The final question I have is, you talk about population in Hamilton. I assume you mean when you say Hamilton in the next 50 years becoming a city of 300,000, that's within the current urban Hamilton boundaries? What's the definition of that?
You're correct there, Martin. That'll be in our current urban boundaries. If the city is expanded, it's assumed that population growth will be across that area too.
That's an important point, is it not? Hang on, Martin. An important point that we should actually have a rider saying that in the document, because if we start taking on the new areas, we're going to have jumps every time we take on another area in population that isn't reflected in this. It's actually going to be quite a bit higher.
Yeah, it is also quite useful to talk about the sub-regional growth in the context.
Something that gives people the picture. What's the 310 in relation to there? What's the 500,000 going to be? That's slightly bigger area. Good point,
Thank
Martin.
you, Dave. That's when you're the delegated group that's going to finalise the consultation document. I think this is crucial, and it's crucial to relate to our future-proof partners, because obviously what I want to know is, what does the population look like for the total metro spatial plan, including obviously Morrinsville, Cambridge, Ngaruawahia, etc. So there's an issue where we may expand and have control over HT1 or R2, etc. But the reality of lifestyle is, what is the potential projected growth and form of the total metro spatial area? And I would just obviously suggest that needs to be strongly emphasised in this document. So we're not just looking at HUGs that we control, we're looking at the total HUGs, as dare I say, using that term, with regard to Greater Hamilton.
Thank you, Councillor.
So perhaps a point in here that's saying HUGs refers to not just what Hamilton is now, what it's going to be in a legal sense as well, and what it's going to be in an urban sense.
In the future, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Councillor Ryan, thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Just on that 70-30% thing, Stafford, wouldn't it be fair to say it's a little bit arbitrary, because we kind of landed on that figure as a council, but it wasn't debated as such. It was just kind of like, seemed about right. But ultimately the market will determine whether it's what kind of growth we have.
You're right in saying that we, as council, don't, we're not involved in the actual building of houses. We're involved in the enabling of building of houses and employment areas as well. So it's definitely us in partnership with that private sector development that enables this. But it's the decisions that are made around the council chamber, around the zoning and infrastructure enablement that can really come through and support that. So it's areas that do have capacity in the pipes for growth. It's areas that are zoned adequately to enable growth that will determine that. If lots of opportunities around our periphery are taken up, that might see more of a greenfield split than we're envisioning through HUGs. But this is where the strategy can come through and help shape and guide our decisions around the council chamber, and to shift our investment profile to help enable that growth.
But ultimately, it's going to be market-led, because we've got enablement for triple our current population, but the market could go, no, we're going green, whatever. I'm just saying, isn't it a little bit of a acute thing we've come up with internally as a council, but the market will determine it?
It's definitely the market that builds the houses. So you're right in saying that if they choose not to build an infill, then we won't achieve the 70%.
Okay, and the other aspect of my question is, in terms of infill, have we, and what we're trying to get happening around our CBD and that walkable catchment with our HUGs, do you think we're going to see a new type of infill, like apartment living, rather than this sort of duplex type yesteryear?
Yeah, I think we're definitely already seeing that as well, the sort of new buds of apartment growth and that sort of better density happening. A few examples around our city and in the walkable catchment already. So I'm really ambitious that we see good growth continue, and we see less of the sort of ad hoc growth that might cause us problems.
So that might be more of a better intensification than what we've seen in the past, and the quantum could be greater without all those, deleterious spillover effects built in these urban environments.
Yeah, that's correct.
The other thing, Councillor Ryan, is especially in the central city, the commercial buildings that are built for people to work in are also connected to the viability of the need for apartments. So they kind of feed each other, I guess, with people living and working in the city.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And guess just one more question, and it sort of bridges this HUGs and district plan, Chair, but kind of Mark Davey raised it, and veteran councillor over here, Ewan Wilson, gave me a bit of an insight. Mark, you touched on the fact that we're reviewing our transport, I forget the term you used. So effectively, can we and are we, with new greenfield developments, we could control the width to allow for better on-street parking, and or remove on-street parking and therefore force the development community to provide on-site parking? Can we look more at those two options to get better spillover?
Short answer is yes. Yep.
You want to continue the discussion.
Did you want?
Good answer, Mark. That sorted him.
Thanks. Perfect. So Councillor Ryan, I'm sorry, it's rude of me.
No, that's what I do to you.
Yeah. We're redrafting the transport chapter, and we're looking at end of trip facilities for active modes. We're looking at road widths. We're looking at a whole lot of provisions around what's happening in our road corridors. But we also have to bear in mind we are governed a wee bit by the RITs, which is the Regional Infrastructure Technical Specifications. And there's questions also around their suitability for some of the urban environments that we're now seeing in Hamilton versus, some environments in sort of the regional outlying towns and things like that.
So just a quick follow-up question, like with peacocks, R2, WA, these things we're talking about, are we getting in there early enough to enable this type of thing?
Well, I think we are, but I think the environment's changing quite quickly as well. So already in terms of things like in Peacock, if you were starting with a blank canvas today, based on what we know now in terms of VKT reductions, climate change, the work that Phil's done in terms of the transport business case, you might approach some of these things slightly differently, and that would inform your layout, your spatial layout, and it would inform your densities, and it would inform where you situate certain things, it would inform your road corridors and stuff like that.
Can I ask one more?
No, you just said one more 3 times now.
I'm doing a Ewan.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, so I guess the tension is for the developer, if you say, look, you can have a wider road, which they're ultimately going to vest to us, so they're going to pay for it up front, or they can have a narrow road but allow for more on-site parking in the development. So there's a tension there, but we can perhaps guide that?
We can control it, yeah. But I mean, we through the submission process and the hearings process, we'll be, pushed back, because ultimately wider roads mean less development yield for those developers, and more costly assets that they ultimately have to vest into council. Because if you're going from a 18-metre road corridor to a 26-metre road corridor, you're putting more stuff in it, whether it's a wider road or greater planting or wider berms or bigger footpaths. That's additional investment on the part of the developer. So that will be a point of conflict or a point of debate, yeah.
Thank you.
Just a question, Brian's first question about wouldn't the market forces drive where intensification will go and what type it is and things like that. There are levers that we can pull as a council in that area, such as DC remissions and things like that, which we already used in the CBD, aren't there? So it's not the market alone, is it, that would drive it? It would be our levers like that, short-term levers, and the investment plan levers and things like that.
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor Dave.
Thanks.
I think it's just worth reminding everyone that there's a strategic hierarchy in place here as well. So we have future-proof across our future-proof partners, Matamata, Waikato, Waipa, ourselves, which are agreeing to sort of spatial land use planning and some of the high level where growth is going to occur, including putting some obligations on Hamilton around the type of growth that Hamilton is delivering. That speaks to transport and wastewater and those macro considerations. HUGS is taking that down with a greater lens around Hamilton, and then the likes of the district plan is in providing the detailed rules to deliver against that. Now, what has happened, of course, is you recall HUGS started this journey 18 months ago and then has been slowed down because government direction came through on a range of things, including district plans. So HUGS has sort of had to pause itself to allow the district plan to quickly sidestep to respond to the government. But the strategic hierarchy here that HUGS is delivering to is responding to the wider future-proof direction, greater clarity for Hamilton, and then the district plan, which has obviously been discussed today, is providing that greater granularity in terms of the rules that then the development market responds to, so that they all work together. But ultimately the market will respond to those rules, but we have a great role to shape that over time. And I think the key thing here is the 70% target is a target for the long term, and we're going to see ebbs and flows as we get to that. And as Councillor Roberts said, right now the market, through some of its inflationary pressures, supply channel pressures, some projects have been slowed down. But over time, we still believe that the direction that we are charting here, the market will respond to that, as it has done in the past to our 50% infill target setback in the mid-2000s.
Okay. We've got Councillor Mark 1 now, final questioner.
Thank you. Yeah, forgive me, it's a slightly unformed or question, but I'm just trying to follow on from what you're saying and the tension between the market deciding and us deciding the way people are going to live, because worldwide trends now are already showing, strangely enough, a decrease in scooter use and micromobility, and here we are making scooter lanes everywhere we possibly can. It's showing an increase in larger dwelling demand now as families come together, and there's 3 generations of family living under one roof. Are you confident that this is nimble enough to cope with those sort of movements in the market?
I think we're providing options and space for the development community to deliver these types of dwellings that the demand is there for.
Right, because it's very apartment intensive, this plan, very smaller dwelling intensive. Is it, where are the families going to live, basically, in this plan?
So I don't think there's any precluding larger dwellings in these formats. You can have larger apartments. Some of the townhouses provide really good options for this too, and especially around opportunities for people to choose where they live, I think is important. So you've said about the multi-generational homes. So, another side to that coin can be if there's more housing choice, then people can choose to live nearby and not necessarily in the same home. So I think it can allow communities to really grow and evolve better, provide, those 1 and 2 bedroom apartment type options for, those older people to live near where that sort of larger family home might be. So
I guess what I'm looking for, thanks, sorry to cut you off, but lunch is coming. So I'm more thinking, where are the 6-bedroom places? Because, you're right, people might like to live near, but worldwide trends are showing they want to live within the same dwelling now. So have we got enough space coming through for that sort of living?
Well, if you think this strategy provides for, the livable communities in the greenfield areas as well. So think of Peacock coming on board. I mean, that's going to provide, it's going to take about 30 years to actually be complete. And yes, it will have pockets of the higher density, but it also allows for those larger homes as well. Great. So Mark might have something to say as well about where larger homes can go inside the city.
Thank you, Karen. The rules are intentionally kind of heading in a very permissive direction. So it's allowing smaller typologies, housing types, but it's not precluding larger ones. So again, it's up to the market to decide if there's market demand there for it.
Yeah. So which goes back to my original question: are we nimble enough to, at the moment we're looking for larger homes, and by the time we've finished the ink's dry on this one, that might change again. So as long as we're confident that we're nimble enough to sway within the winds of the market as such.
I think so, and I somewhere in this report here it also talks about how we'll be reviewing HUGs every 3 years rather than every 10 or 11 years. So those regular reviews are going to take on board all the market intel that we're getting, so we can update it accordingly.
Every council can have this sort of discussion every 3 years.
Yeah.
Very meaningful. Brilliant. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, guys.
Okay, councillors, we need to move on. I'll move the resolution, but I'm adding an F there, which hopefully there'll be no problems with. It's basically that the staff brief the incoming council prior to Christmas 2022 on the draft, so that when the consultation's happening, whoever the new councillors are and the new structure of council is actually briefed and gets its heads around that, so it can immediately deal with the response from the consultation. So just making sure that happens sort of as part of the induction. Staff can work out exactly how that gets delivered, but I'm saying that should be an early direction setter for council. So that's the part that I'm adding. Other than that, I think Blair's speech before said it all on my behalf. So I'll take speakers now. Councillor Wilson's next. Oh, sorry, I didn't get a second. Councillor Ryan? Yeah. Oh, sorry, Ollie. Next time.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I support the recommendations on page 107, and I am convinced that, in fact, the strategy does provide the nimbleness that Councillor Bunting has articulated. And my point would be there is a natural propensity in these scenarios to try to take sides and say, actually, no, look, I'm pro-greenfield development. We know there's a number of well-structured, wealthy developers who are becoming concerned somewhat that they see a lot of brownfield development and CBD development, and it's just beginning to erode the business model. So that often means that they're on the phone to elected members sort of saying, oh, our world is changing and this is terrible, and here are all the bad things about intensification. The flip side to that is, and this is where mature leadership needs to be, this isn't about good or bad greenfield versus brown. It's about we need to do both. Why would anybody be fearful in doing both? Because we all have different needs for our homing. Monique and I are really comfortable living in a downtown apartment. But when we had young kids, we lived in a larger section and enjoyed all of those benefits. It's phases. And I think it is unhelpful that to develop one's narrative, you simply focus on the negative outputs, particularly lingering long about some bad examples of intensifications. Let's learn from it. Let's embrace the opportunity for improvement. And I say this council has the ability right now. It doesn't need a district plan change, and it doesn't need government implementing more housing intensification for us to do it. We could simply start targeting streets that have high levels of traffic parking and putting yellow lines there. And we could start teaching the market that if you want to live in an intensified environment, it's more affordable, it's frequently more convenient, but you can't all have cars, and you're going to need to start taking public transport. But don't worry, if your dream is having a 6-bedroom house with 5 cars parked there, by all means do it, just you'll have to go somewhere else, because Hamilton's all about giving options. So this isn't about brown or green, this is about having both. This is about having our ability to affect the market and teach the market, and it's in our hands. Nothing to be fearful, nothing to be concerned about.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Deputy Mayor Jeff.
Yeah, in response to that, I'm not saying infill is bad. I'm worried about which side we tilt the balance. We need both, totally agree. I think our present system is not working, our present HUGS is broken, and if you don't believe me, I'm glad Councillor Wilson's so relaxed about it, but I suggest you go out and knock on a few doors, and you may find that it's not rates that's bothering people the most, it's bad subdivision. It's when the villa next door disappears without consultation, and there's duplexes going in, and there's cars parked all over the road, and the changing face of many of our streets. To even consider aiming for 70% just doesn't make sense to me. I'm not trying to be difficult, it just feels counterintuitive. I know this is going out for consultation, but I'm just not supportive of our emphasis on the outcomes we have in this strategy. And I know we're working under the government's planning rules, and I do understand that we're wanting to target the infill better, central city, walkable catchment, transport routes, local centres, neighbourhood centres, and that's good. But allowing such high emphasis on infill as opposed to greenfill means we're going to get the other stuff as well, and it's still wide open for duplexes everywhere. Given that we are creating new suburbs the way we are creating them, with better transport links, low emission, like Peacock, shouldn't we also be pushing harder for new greenfield sites on top of what we've already got? Suburbs where you can control what's going to happen, as Councillor Ryan was talking about before. And I also question the premise that infill is always cheaper. I mean, look how much money we're needing to develop infill in the central city. Government's, we're hoping for 150 million. We talk about in B3 supporting the development of new neighbourhoods that promote livability. How on earth can we justify? We've talked about Greensborough, May Street, Killarney Road, Baydar, and I look at the criteria for accepting out-of-boundary developments. We set a pretty high bar to enhance the overall well-being of Hamiltonians and create quality communities. Well, I suggest that we, hand on hearts, could we say that we're doing that in Hamilton at the moment, creating quality communities? We're in danger of creating some slums, housing projects. And to satisfy a high-level transport strategy that needs population intensity to work, we have to be careful we don't sacrifice our city. And Hamilton has a ludicrously tight boundary, for a growing city. We are not spread out. We should be growing more, especially if we do it well. You know, part of Hamilton's essence, despite what you may feel, is still having some leafy suburbs protected, and I think we need a better balance of greenfield development with infill development, and I just think we're giving that away too easily. Not trying to be difficult, I'm just really uncomfortable with this. Thanks.
Sorry, thanks, Mayor Paula.
I forgot I was next. I actually agree we need both infill and new areas. I think the 70% is a bit on the ambitious side, and I guess we'll hear from developers just to where that lands with the practical implications of delivering it, because this is going out for consultation, right? If it was to be adopted, I'd want some more assurances that 70% is the right figure. It is about choices, but also for me, it's critically about affordability. And we did build more houses last year than we have previous years, and that's good news. But we're not making much of a dent yet in the affordability in the market, and we need to. And that's government's aim in putting these density rules upon us, is to get more yield and more affordable yield. I have to say we can't go it alone, and I've been clear with Minister Robertson and other Cabinet Ministers that without government support for infrastructure funding, we're going to struggle to deliver the outcomes that they want and we want for our people. So we need to keep impressing upon them, because the biggest burden to growth in Hamilton is the provision of infrastructure, water and roads and other, and of course not to mention social and community infrastructure, because people deserve to have access to a library, to a park, to a playground, to choose to go on a bike or on the road. All of those choices are absolutely imperative. I've been worried about as I've called them, leafy green suburbs for some time, the infill in there. We've seen some good examples of infill, some very good examples of infill, where it must surely be really nice to live. And we've seen some negative ones as well. We've seen some impacts of infill not done in a way that cares for the community, enables the community to thrive, and that's across many suburbs. So what my main concern is, because I do think that Jeff's right, people are really concerned. They're seeing their neighbour's house get sold, and next minute soulless duplexes each side. Or even surrounding them, and they're the last original house in the middle, which has got to be hard. I know how I would feel if that were my home. I'd be devastated. But what I'm saying is that I do support new houses, because we've got 1,500 people still in emergency housing. We must never lose sight of that. But it's got to be done in a way that drives quality and better outcomes for communities. And that's where I put my focus. I am really excited, and I'm very thankful today to hear that CPTED will be embedded in future changes. Crime prevention aspects will be embedded into the way we build suburbs. That's absolutely critical. The other thing, though, that the only little niggle I have is that I think since I became mayor, I've been talking about the strengthening of the urban design panel. 5 seconds. Urban design panel. Which gives independent expertise and choice to the market. That hasn't happened. I'd like, through the CE, to see why that hasn't happened and push for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Robb.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Excuse me. Look, I don't disagree with Councillor Wilson and the other speakers who have followed about needing to be on both sides of the fence, both greenfield and brownfield. But I think the area that we've overlooked, and no one has mentioned it as yet, is that we do have significant financial constraints within our current funding model. And we need to make sure when we go out to consultation that that fact is well presented in the consultation document. There is absolutely no headroom for us to borrow more money within our existing debt to revenue ratio. And no matter what we've done since we developed the long-term plan, everything is pushing that headroom to become less and less. And remember, in the past, we've always worked on the basis of a 20% buffer. We haven't got that buffer now, so we need to be mindful of that. I think then that falls back to the position where the only way that we can be nimble is outlined in paragraph 75, is that we need to be pushing hard, and I think Mayor Paul hinted at that, on central government grants, on SPVs and PDAs. Otherwise, we're never going to be able to deliver anywhere near the infrastructure that's needed to satisfy the requirements of all of the groups. So I think the consultation document needs to be very, very clear in that regard as to where the funds might come from. Otherwise, we may well be promising that we may be able to do all these things when in fact financially at present we can't do that.
Thanks, Rob. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I just want to thank our staff for the work that they've done on this. I know, and there's been a lot of conversations and workshops and a lot of work that has gone into getting to where we are now, so thank you. I will be supporting this going up for consultation, and the debate has, a lot of it's been around the 70% infill target, which is a longer term target. And so I want to make a few comments there. There are issues, I don't think anyone will disagree with that, with some of our current infill, but density can be done well. And we also have plenty of examples of that already within the city. And a big part of that, however, will be us investing upfront into the areas where we are allowing greater intensification, particularly on a larger scale. Street trees, more regular maintenance, picking up rubbish more regularly, having better transport options, access to green space, yellow lines. I thought Councillor Wilson spoke really well on this issue. And this is something that we've failed to do over the last decade or so, which is partly why we are here where we are now. So I agree with some of the comments around us trying to look forward now and learn from those lessons rather than dwelling in that past and saying, well, okay, this isn't the most ideal outcome, so let's not do any more of it. Ultimately, it's important to get the right balance between infill and greenfield, because we want to avoid the mistakes of other cities. Auckland, I don't think any of us would promote the sprawl of Auckland and the congestion that comes with it as being a good outcome. Our transport system is ultimately, if we were a body as a city, these are the arteries that keep us alive. You can't estimate the importance of ensuring that we have a transport system that's going to work. And people want to live close to employment, amenities, things that matter. They don't want to spend 50 minutes driving each way to work and back again. And that's the kind of future that actually some people are already living, reality, they're already living, but that's the kind of future that we're promoting if we push back against intensification and keep pushing for moving outwards in an unbalanced way. Yes, our new developments will have better transport links, but let's not look at them with rose-tinted glasses either, because ultimately you can have some great bike lanes around your house, but it's going to be probably too far for a lot of people to want to go biking into the central city if an area is too far out. So we have to look at this with a broader look at the Metro Spatial Plan, at what we want our city to look like in the future, and take a strategic view rather than, I think, dwelling on all of the negatives. So, thank you.
Thanks. We've got Councillor Hamilton, then Councillor Martin, then Māngai Ollie.
Thanks, Chair. Some good speakers all round. I think we're probably more aligned on this than it might appear. For me, the actual easiest thing to do would remove that 70%. I think it's actually irrelevant. We just focus on the outcomes we're talking about, grow up and out from the central city, good transport corridors, good livable neighbourhoods, etc., and we go about our business and see where it lands. I don't think we need a target as such. I think it's kind of irrelevant, but that's just my view. Spoiler alert, I think our district plan is moving in a really good space in the space, and next Thursday as a council, that'll be public, our agenda, we'll have an opportunity to discuss this, where the government's come out with this unfettered, sort of diluted, everywhere intensification, and we're coming back with quite a nuanced response and saying, actually, we're going to do intensity well. We're going to do it around the central city and transport corridors because it makes sense. And in fact, that's what the original intent of the NPSUD was trying to do. We're exploring financial contributions whereby developers will need to put in trees and have more permeability than what the current proposed MDRS actually allows, with stormwater, with transport corridors, and, you know, to coin Dr. Mark Davey, eco-density. So nowhere else in New Zealand are we going to see this term. Well, we haven't, eco-density. So we are working on a density that makes sense for our city, and I think that's really important. And I think to Ewan's earlier point around the control that we have got in our hands around high density and removing the cars on the street, we can't do it now. It's very difficult retrofitting and saying, sorry, you guys have moved in there, we're going to take your cars away. But where are the other high density zoned areas in our city where we can get in front of it and actually be proactive about using those tools in our toolbox and do that? That's something I'd be really keen to explore. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Martin, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I found all the discussion and questions to be incredibly useful, and I fundamentally, council, you know, all elected members are on a very similar page. In the immortal words of Ewan Wilson, this is all about balance, and it's the balance between good, sustainable greenfields development and good, sustainable brownfields intensification development. I'm sorry if I, in my questions, belaboured some of the negative aspects. However, I think when you take a document out for consultation, a lot of people in Hamilton, Kirikuraroa, when you say the 70-30 split, when you talk about intensification, they will associate in their minds some of the negative examples that they see right in front of them. So I think it's really important, and I honour the staff team. You've done a great piece of work, and your intellectual acumen and clarity has been really good. But I think it's really important in the document that we communicate the vision of what is ahead of us and what good urban development looks like. But I think the big challenge for the incoming new council will be to say that in addition to Ewan's putting some no parking lines in, you know, what can these existing examples of poor intensification look like in future? So this is an LTP issue. You know, this is about street trees, decent street lighting, decent footpaths, safe streets. You know, what can be retrofitted in some of those areas so that people who basically, because of income, in some cases do not have a choice of where they live, how can we make those existing areas better? However, I think we are generally heading in the right direction. I would agree with Ryan. Let's not get unduly hung up on an exact 70-30 ratio. And I'll go back to the original point that has been made. That is all about balance. This is all good about good urban planning, whether that's brownfields high density or some of the more lesser density and high density greenfields development.
Thanks, Martin. Mangai Ollie.
Thanks, Chair Dave. Look, I think the outcomes of this report are really sound. I just kind of, when we talk about hugs, think of Luke O'Dwyer, and I note that it's a year and a couple of days since he tragically passed away, and you know how he championed this concept over the years. So I just want to pause and acknowledge Luke's passing, and a year, you know, year to the day, he was a significant person and contributor to council. So I think the outcomes are really sound. it's been interesting to hear the debate, because I think, we hear about us being the second smallest TLA by geography in the country. I think the opportunities that this presents us are significant, but also be significantly terrible if we get it wrong. So I think it behoves the incoming council and staff, once the consultations occur, to really grip this up and drive it through tightly so that the opportunities are realised. And we have this, I think it's quite exciting, what Councillor Ewan said about living in a city apartment, and the stages of life people have. I actually look forward to living within the CBD, in the future, and hope that selfishly that it's a massively livable city, and that we've got this right, but also caring for, the large families as well, and we get that balance right going forward. So yeah, I think really great strategy. The outcomes I think are really sound, but just note I think the significance of getting this right as we drive it through over the next the upcoming years is really, really important. Because as we know, we've got some good examples of intensification in the city, and we've got some absolutely horrible ones as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Ollie. Councillor Maxine.
Thanks, Councillor David. Thanks, colleagues, for a well-considered debate here. I hear the word balance, I hear the words equal, and I hear that infield and greenfield are both valuable ways for our city to grow. We do have some huge opportunity in the coming years to be able to advance the city boundaries, but also look to growth within our city, and these are the principles that this HUGS strategy starts with: growth from the very centre outwards. And the government also recognises that opportunity, and the engagement that we've had with them through the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund and negotiation that's happening around that bears that out. I think of our own situation. Andrew and I, we live in a townhouse, a little bit lifestyle choice that Councillor Ewan has made. But we have access to a park right on our boundary. There's a bus stop just up the road and a regular bus service that connects us anywhere that we want to go in the city. We've also got shops up the road, a great restaurant and a cafe around the corner. So to me, that livability is absolutely the most important factor, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. It is integral in the vision that HUGS puts out with the growth that it looks to enable. And that's the vision that we're looking to take out to the community and to the developers who will be delivering on these goals. This is our vision, which we want to be able to set down for not just today, but years into the future, and for generations to come after us. And even at 70% for infill, it sets a really ambitious target, but it says that there's lots of room within our city for that livability to happen, where there are already all of those kinds of services well established and set up for success. We just have to be sure that any investment that we're making enhances that further, rather than some of the poor development that we've seen that takes away some of that amenity. So sending that vision out to our partners now is really critical. I'm heartened also by the fact that there'll be regular reviews of our HUGS policy to be able to tweak whatever isn't working to send a better and more up-to-date vision. So I'll be wholeheartedly supporting it, and thanks Stafford for the leadership that he's taken through this and brought councillors along with that vision. So kia ora and thank you, and I trust that our chair and deputy will be able to refine it further to take it out to public consultation. Kia ora.
Yeah, thanks. I can see how everyone's got so excited that two councillors wanted to have a second go.
I thought you were giving us that honour.
No, I was not. And look, just as a really quick right of reply, a heap of good speeches, and I think with a bit of luck, this will generate a good community conversation as well, and that's what we want to achieve through the consultation. So just talking about that, I think in one sense, while I think the 70-30 issue, and Sarah correctly identified that is where some of the focus has gone, might frighten some people, it will also create discussion and thought in the community. I think perhaps my guess is that, a bit like Ryan's, we might end up without any actual figure, because the principles are more important than the actual figure. And I think the principles are heading us in roughly the right direction anyway at the moment. Part of the problem has been that we have ended up with some poor outcomes from infill because we haven't had the planning and the maintenance and the upgrade and the upkeep, like Sarah mentioned, the tools working to support the type of infill we had in mind. And I think that's one thing we need to focus on in future once we get whatever form Hugs is going to be in, once we get that through, is make sure that we have the infrastructure operations side of things working properly to support that. Because if we don't, we'll be getting another series of complaints. But all is not lost, because as Karen has told us, we'll be coming back in 3 years and having the same discussion, and then another 3 years after that. So it will be something that, and that'll help us with the nimbleness, actually, that Mark was asking about, by having that, basically it's going to be permanently under review. So with that, and the addition of point F, which we'll just check if we can get that up on the board. Thanks, Amy, or Narelle, who, just to check that you've all seen that, which is making sure the new council there in red there gets an early heads up about this before they actually get to deliberate on the hearing results, the consultation results. I'm going to put that recommendation up on the board. Those in favour raise their hands. And against?
The motion is carried, noting that Deputy Mayor Taylor is dissenting.
Thanks. Councillors, I was going to go to the next item because there's only one more substantial item here, but that's going to generate a bit of debate. So I think if we break for 40-minute lunch now until 25 to 2, come straight back to item 8, and then straight into, after the GM report formality, straight into PX after that. 25 to 2. All right? Thanks. Karen and Mark, you're going to do this, and just be aware, councillors, that at some stage during the discussion, we're going to try and maybe add on the my recommendations, with my D being swapped. I've had a look at Ryan's, and we'll have a bit of a discussion about that as well. So, Karen, the floor's yours, or Mark, who's going?
Kia ora, councillors. So at the Strategic Growth Committee meeting in May, the elected members requested that we bring back a report around the next steps for R2, WA and SL1. And this report is the answer to that. It outlines the steps. It's been quite a useful exercise for us to look at and sort of document a high-level process for bringing land into the city and all the different things that we need to think about to make sure that we're achieving good long-term outcomes, but also taking advantage of opportunities like value capture and things like that. So we've taken all that feedback on board from elected members, and we've incorporated that into the process. One thing that I do want to point out, some of you may have noticed, the attachments are a little bit jumbled. So where we talk about the process as being attachment 2, it's actually attachment 1. And where we talk about the map being attachment 1, it's actually attachment 3, etc. So I just want to point that out when we're talking. There's also a boundary change process in there as well, and it's quite evident which one that is. So I'll just briefly touch on the process and just run through at a really high level what the next steps are before we shift into questions. So the process, as I said, sort of outlines the high-level steps and includes scoping studies, looking at infrastructure and land use assessments, undertaking commercial negotiations, and then working through a boundary change process, which is quite significant in itself. And so that's the sort of high-level steps. The next steps, if we look at that process and look at the areas of R2, WA and SL1, the next steps for those areas is to undertake scoping studies. And that work is led by the city planning team with input from city development. We work collaboratively with the landowners as well to establish those scoping studies, which will help us understand where the gaps are, what the constraints and opportunities are, and really help inform where we go next. So I will leave it there, but I again just want to reiterate the point that it's really good that we've got clarity on what the next steps are for these areas.
Okay, and look, I'm wondering if I can just recap my position, which isn't in opposition to anything that Karen said or the staff report, but it's an addition to or an emphasis within that, and that was to, one, to give Waipa District Council a bit of a push, more than just business as usual, because I don't feel that they've been keeping up with the play and being all that supportive to our needs. So I'm suggesting that we investigate, and I know you've got the Local Commission process attachment in there. I'm suggesting that we have a look at what's involved with going there, because that is a way that councils who don't go very fast on boundary change issues get told to do it by someone else, and that's happened in reverse to our council in the past, so it's not new. And equally on WA, while it's one of the 3 areas that Karen is talking about and the staff report talks about, my view, and Ryan, who's put up, may want to add to this, is that WA is more ready to go than the others for a couple of reasons. One, it's small and confined. 2, or maybe 3. 2, we've received some of the reports some of the information we need already, because we've been dealing with them for about a year and a half now, that we need to be able to decide what's involved in bringing them on board. Probably 3. We've got something in our LTP that I think it was originally for about year 8, that looked at an interim wastewater solution, or part of, for them. And I'm just trying to remember the 4th thing. That'll do. 3 will do. It seems to me that WA is ready to go a bit more ahead of the others. The others are much bigger, R2 and SL1, much bigger areas, and we haven't had such a defined proposal from the developers in either of them. We've had more of a think piece, whereas with WA we've had some reasonably detailed discussions already with them, and we've been waiting for quite a long time with that too. Yep.
So I'm looking at page 94 in the staff recommendations.
Correct. And also...
And so are you suggesting your other would be E, F? Are you adding that?
F, G, yeah.
F, G, okay.
Yeah. But I think that's the easiest way to handle them, Ewan.
Yeah, okay.
To tack them on the end, because they're not inconsistent with anything there.
So I was wanting, so it's a question whether I need to move an amendment or...
Sure.
My point is I want a clearer message that I think we should go to the Local Government Commission.
Right.
Right. I think...
Well, let's talk about let's get those 3 added to the list, and then let's by all means have a talk about the individual wording of the Local Government Commission one.
Cool.
Is that's all right, Ewan?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I think it's important to also distinguish the discussion around local government commissions in relation to the land agreement with Waipa, which is a separate, it's related, but it's a separate piece of work to the scoping studies and next steps for SL1, R2, WA. So I think there are two matters that the resolutions cover here. The work around SL1 can occur irrespective of the land agreement. The land agreement is really around, can we also get the land agreement in place quickly with Waipa, and you're discussing what other things can we do to help with that process?
yeah, and look, my position is that with the Local Government Commission issue and the Waipa and SL1 is that they, I would like not to have to go down that track. It'd be much better if we didn't have to, but when we met with Waipa, they approached us, or the CEO did, and asked for the information which he was going to take to council back in June. And because that hasn't happened, and because this triennium is running out of time, and this meeting's today and we've only got one more, I want to at least set us up, if we don't get the right answer after they have their discussion in August, we're already part way down the track. Well, that's where I'm coming from, Ewan, if you get what I mean. But if they give us the right answer in August, say, yep, guys, we can see your points, we agree with you, we'll write that into the new agreement, I guess I'm saying that's unnecessary for us to unilaterally go down that track, my view.
And if I just interpret what Chair Davis is proposing, that if council resolved as worded, that doesn't commence a process, but it provides some information which, and also a direction of thinking that our council representatives can discuss with Waipa, noting that our intention was to come back in the 7th of September meeting to say this is where we're at or not at with the land agreement, and if you wish to then pass a further position, you could do so then. That's just the context I interpreted.
I understand, and your explanation has been clear from both of you. My fear is I've danced with Waipa before, and they're always an uncomfortable dancing partner, and they've always let us down. They've done it over waters, and even in this example, they sort of indicated the acceptance, and then suddenly at the last minute they excluded a particular parcel of land. So I'm going, something's not right here. And if you get in the commercial negotiation and a party suddenly keeps changing positions, at times it's best to say, okay, well, I'm now taking this off to an impartial option. Now, that doesn't negate them doing everything you've said, Blair. They can have their meeting, they can land on their conclusion, but it sends a very clear message. This is Hamilton City's Council's intent. And I think we are too often, but I'll leave it for the debate, we are too often soft in dealing with Waipa, and we've been outwitted too often by them.
Ewan, my suggestion for handling this, if it's okay, and I know Rob's raised similar points, is that we go through the general points, we thrash anything out we need to there, then we specifically look at the Local Government Commission for SL1 and the WA wording, see if there's some consensus there.
Cool.
And then come, and if not, we'll at least define what the difference is.
Sounds good.
Yeah. But we can have discussion about it, the whole lot to start with.
Can I just make one brief comment? Obviously, Waipa have not indicated their final position yet, so understand what you're saying, Councillor Wilson, and I just note for the, because Waipa may well be listening to this conversation as well, it is my understanding that their discussion on the 2nd of August is so they can ascertain their position based on the information we've supplied them in my GM report, and we'll know more about that on the 10th of August when we have a discussion. So just to be clear.
The only problem is, Blair, is that they clearly at our joint meeting indicated they were opposed to it. The full list.
That's inconsistent with their position at Future Proof, where they had articulated an agreement in broad principle.
Well, they didn't say anything about it and voted for the...
Yes.
Blair is being a good diplomat.
Of course he is. And you always need a diplomat, but you also need...
What do you need?
A more refined black ops brigade that is just driven for the mission. Go do your diplomacy thing.
Hey, look, we are... Sorry, there is a speaking order. Paula, you're on it, but I've got Ryan... about the black ops, but no, don't answer that.
To Waipa's.
Yeah, I will let Paula, sorry, because specifically in response to the Waipa, but because you were at the meeting too.
Yeah, so we did push really hard at the time, and we were trying to understand what their concerns are, and one of the concerns that came up was around soil quality and the ability of that area to be taken for housing, some discussion about peat and so on. We actually got a strong pushback, so we negotiated pretty hard, and I agree with what you're saying, Ewan, but in a negotiation where you get 99% of what you want and you're fighting for the last 1% here, so we decided to broker an arrangement which was that we would do that 6-month study, feasibility, and come back at them, because otherwise...
There's no 6 months in it, Paula.
Oh, how many? What is it?
It was about 6 days they wanted the thing within, and they got it. They got the information from us.
Yeah,
and they were going to meet. They were going to meet. They wanted it in 6 days because they were going to have a discussion the next week. And,
and they've had that?
No. That's what's in my report.
So I'm happy to lean into pressure again on them.
Yeah, well,
but I suspect...
let's have our full discussion, but...
but we did push hard is what I'm saying. We did push hard, we did...
It wasn't 99%, it was about 80% that they wanted to give us.
Let's go for 90 as a compromise.
And our council had a position, which I articulated at that discussion.
You did?
Yeah. But I think we wouldn't be having this part of the discussion had they had their meeting in June, which their CEO indicated to the 3 of us that they would have.
Adds to my suspicion that they're playing with us.
Probably.
Yeah, But we sort of got the gist of what happened, so we're trying to work out what we're going to do about it. But I've got Ryan and then Rob and then Angela.
Still stuck on the motion and in the spirit of diplomacy. Could we, Chair, appease both people here by saying if after those meetings that Blair referred to we're not satisfied, can we make the resolution today that we will then enact that, but we'll give them until the 9th of August or whatever it is, as a sort of a last chance, hurrah?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's sort of what we were.
So I mean, my intention was they meet on the 2nd of August. We've got a briefing on the 10th of August, so we'll know, hopefully where Waipa are feeling. The intention was to arrange another meeting of our two governance groups in later part of August, which Councillor Dave, Mayor Paula attended, and I think there were two other members who couldn't make it, to discuss where both our councils are now at, and then report back to the 7th of September meeting. So that was the approach that I was working towards, to allow both councils to come back together and have a good faith further discussion. So that was my approach there, Councillor Ryan, and that would then enable, if council wish to pass further resolutions, to do so in September.
Well, I think the object, though, was, and yours and mine, let's say, was to have an agreement that we could sign
a delegation
sign on the 7th, approve on the 7th of September.
Yeah.
CEOs can go off and do the details after that.
Pull the trigger? Pull the trigger?
So that's still the objective of everyone. Let's not have the cross table. Just go tell everyone.
So do you agree?
I mean, I think really you're just talking about negotiation tactics.
Well,
I understand.
What I'm trying to say is, should we have an enabling resolution that effectively does what Councillor Ewan and Rob want, but just gives us that bit of time to allow good
I think we can construct something like that, and if it comes to that point of the meeting, we'll take a really quick 5-minute break if we haven't already got some wording for that. So I've got Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My questions are a little different to what we have been discussing. I'm just a little bit concerned in the report we're getting back to old methods of saying that this work can be done from existing budgets and existing resources. And I think for an exercise like this, in my view, we should actually have a budget for it, even if we are not, even if it is partly the cost of internal work that's being done. And we did have a formula, and we have used that in the past, although I've seen less and less of that being used as we move forward, where we've had a budget that tries to allocate the number of hours that staff might need to be involved in doing the scoping, and along with any provision for consultants and legal. And I think we should also build into the budget what the costs might be for if we have to follow through on Councillor Dave's recommendation or thoughts about needing to go to the Local Government Commission, because these costs can become quite substantial quite quickly. And I think as a governance team, we should have some oversight on what the cost of these exercises are. So can that be done? You know, I mean, you know, I know it'll only be an estimate of staff hours, but it'll give us an appreciation of, because I kind of get the feeling that we might get to where we want to be and then find that we can't afford to do it. And that would be a pity, to put all the resources of the organisation when we're all at the pump, you know, and constantly hear that from the CE in terms of staff resourcing too, that we get there and then we say, well, hang on, we haven't got the money to pay the rates for 10 years or whatever the deal is that we have to do with the other council in order to take that land over. So it would be good to start this particular point off, in my view, with some sort of budget.
Thank you, Councillor Rob, and that is noted. We can go away and do that work, but at a high level, what we're just talking about, what that point refers to is just the scoping studies for those particular areas. So we'll do that.
With the purpose of bringing it back to the 7th of September meeting, is that?
That would make,
sorry?
that would,
Sorry, no, the scoping studies take approximately 6 months to complete.
No, the budget.
The budget.
Not the scoping study.
Not the
scared me,
It's all
Rob.
right, you can relax.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was talking about.
That might cost you a little bit extra if you want it done that fast.
I thought Andrew was free now after having got the waters sorted out.
We can do that.
Okay,
Yes, we
okay,
can.
no, that would be good.
So we'll just make that as a sort of a minute note.
As a minute note, that would be good. And the other question, you mentioned value capture, and I know value capture's been used a lot in this term, but I've not seen too many examples of, where we can achieve it and whether we have achieved anything in that value capture at this stage. And I just wonder, and I'm not wanting to put anyone on the spot today, unless Chris has got some there, but can we get some feedback on, where value capture might be and where or when we've actually achieved some?
Yes, we can do that. I do know of some examples that Andrew Parsons has referenced in relation to some of the newer areas that got brought into
and
the
I know
city.
there's been some in Peacock, in terms of land, land near roads and so forth, but it would be good to get some examples so that we can put those under our belt and say that we are achieving some value capture for ratepayers.
Great. Yes, we
thank
can
you.
take that in
Can I just give you one example, Councillor Rob, that would be pertinent here? Ruakura, when it came into the city, we entered into agreement with Tainui Holdings and the developer to the north. Prior to the boundary change occurring, prior to us commencing the process, we secured 10 hectares of land from Tainui Group Holdings in the Ruakura estate. That was a perfect example of value capture, which, as it now happens, Chris would say, provides the corridor predominantly for the Eastern Transport Corridor land.
Right,
so
okay.
there is and that was a perfect example of not moving to zone and bring land to the city without having a robust agreement, which is really what Karen's process is all about.
Yep. Okay. And so that wasn't a swap or anything. That was just Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Angela, count.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chair. Just wanted to support Councillor Ewan where he was going. I think I'm very supportive actually of the Commission studying the process ourselves based on our history with Waipa. But just a question in terms of this, and I know it's early days yet, but in terms of the scoping work and the recommendation that it says to come back to Council, how in depth is that going to evaluate the impacts of the roading network by opening up WA? Because, and when I say the roading network, not just the Whara Road, which I think is you call it a collector road or an arterial or a big road, but and I live in the area, full disclosure, the traffic now that's coming from Whara from the development that is there, and in particular Raglan is it must be 300% increase. And what's happening now, and I'm starting to get complaints from residents, is that traffic is, instead of being sitting in a stacked queue that goes right back from the roundabout sometimes right back to almost the end of Whara Road, is that cars are now rat running, and they're running through those residential roads. They're going faster, there's more noise, there's more sound, there's more vibration. So what I'm trying to avoid, I suppose two-part question, how much in terms of that roading network impact will we get at this early stage? Because I think about Councillor Rob's area with River Road and that lights, and we got that development impact, and we didn't build the right roads onto Wairere there. And then also, in terms of the water infrastructure, I know it's probably going to be taken off our hands, but will any of that information come at this early stage as well? I'm aware we've just done the $16 million Newcastle project for water, but I think possibly in the past we haven't got into that level of detail early enough on to be able to plan and cost for the right supporting infrastructure. Sorry, that's a really long question, but I had to give you the information so you could
So the transport sort of plan for WA and how's that getting managed?
Yeah.
And some comments based on that. And Chris is ready to answer that. He's been eager to.
Well, he knows the area as well.
He does. He uses that exact intersection, but there's no conflict of interest.
Not eager to answer, but I will answer. So, number one, I do have to formally declare my conflict of interest because I live in WA. But I think at the high level, this is exactly why we're proposing the scoping study, because we have jumped into these things before without a full understanding. And that's the whole purpose of the scoping study, to set down the issues that are important for developing an area like this at a high level. So we can then integrate the land use decision making and the infrastructure decision making. So look, there are, I know a lot about the specific issues at WA, Councillor Angela, and rest assured they'll feature strongly in the requirements to open up that cell. For instance, the developer will be proposing a signalised intersection on Whara Road. That doesn't deal with your queues into Dinsdale, but there'll be a lot of work on the walking and cycling and the public transport provisions, etc. But my main answer is that's the whole purpose of the scoping study, so we don't jump into these things without understanding everything.
I think the other thing to add there is that, not that I would normally add to the General Manager's transport points, but NZTA, actually, it's their road, that's that whole corridor there in from WA into town. So they need to be involved and understand they already have been involved. I don't know what the outcome is.
Look, I think we come back to Chris's point. The scoping study is a critical part of the process for us to bring the various bits of information we've got and understandings to clarify what's required in more detail in the next stages to if indeed those areas are appropriate to come to the city, what's required then to make that happen. So as Karen said, we've got some information. We've had some discussions in the past. For WA, we've had probably more than some of the others. That's great, and that'll start to help us with the scoping study exercise. But we shouldn't sort of jump to all conclusions yet. I think that the whole purpose of this process is to make sure we think about all the various elements: infrastructure, value capture, commercial aspirations, how it fits with hugs, etc. So we get a good outcome.
But it is true that we've been identifying this since May 2021, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. These have been, and this is the reason why R2, WA, and SL1 are the ones that we are proposing are the 3 areas for early investigation.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
Paula, thanks.
In terms of that, so the 6 months I was referring to was the scoping study. So that was right, 6 months is what it takes, right? Phew, I was thinking I got off beam there somehow. Just out of interest, to take a local commission thing, what's involved in that in terms of time and cost? Just out of interest, because I think we should be transparent about all of that. Do we know how much?
Yes, Hannah, did you want to answer?
I can field that question if you like, Mayor Paula. So the Local Government Commission process, there's essentially 2 avenues that we can go down. There's a joint council process where both councils need to agree to what is being proposed. Under that process, we can then work with them to provide all of the information necessary. So we're in control of that process.
But we're not in that situation.
No, the alternative is if we make a submission or an application to the Local Government Commission, then they assess any proposal on its merits. We do not control the information. We do not prepare that proposal. So as part of that investigation on its merits, they will be looking at the planning frameworks that exist and future intentions for that piece of land already documented as well.
So all the work that Councillor McPherson is referring to, all the noise we've made about incorporating that bit into the rest of it will be.
It has been documented through the future-proof process.
So that will put us in a reasonably strong position. Is there a lot of potentially. Well, at least we've done the work, right? Cost or time to prepare, just out of interest?
I'd say that the first option, if both councils were submitting together, is quite labour intensive in terms of staff for us, because we are preparing all that information in a cross-council team. That would take probably a few full-time staff members plus inputs from others to pull that together.
But that's not the case we're in a...
No, so it's still, we would need to provide some information to the Local Government Commission, but they would be pulling it together.
They pull it together, so, I haven't done one before, to be honest. I'm just trying to understand what it takes. And are we looking at, could this be done do they do it quickly? I presume that's why they're there, right? To expedite things, or?
Advice is that the faster process is when both councils agree.
And outside of the faster process, which we've just all agreed isn't going to happen, are we talking like a month, 2 months, 3 months?
No, we're talking 12 to 18 months.
So
Talking what?
12 to 18 months.
So it'd be slower than the 6 month scoping study?
I'm sorry.
I'm just asking the question, Dave.
That answer does not bear relation to what's happened before between our council and Waipa on Temple View. Didn't take that long. Didn't cost us much at all.
Okay,
time-wise, so this is one of the reasons I wanted legal advice.
And I think let's be fair to the team. Like you've asked, you're proposing for legal advice, so let's not get ahead of us getting that advice or having those more comprehensive conversations.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be difficult here. I'm just trying to understand. On the one hand, we've got a 6 month scoping study. We've got Waipa over the line and I agree with you and others. It's been too slow. It's been a bit of a dance that's gone on far too long, and we've got to nail it. What's the most expedient way forward if this is going to take longer than the 6 month scoping study? And then what benefit does it bring us? But you're saying it might not, Dave. So
with permission, we do have a really good relationship with the Local Government Commission. We have ongoing conversations with them on a regular basis. They're aware of these conversations that have been happening. So that is merely the advice we've been given at a very high level discussion. I would hate to commit to that as gospel, but I think there is room to talk about it. But I think they were being very cautious in their advice that it could take a long time.
Okay. So final question then. Because I'm leaning into the intent of councillors here to put some more pressure on Waipa, but do you think there would be any adverse reaction from, what could be the impact on the rest of the negotiations with Waipa if we press this outside of the agreed 6 months scoping study? I mean, are they going to walk away from the 80% we do agree on, or I don't know. I don't get a sense of it. I know they were really reluctant on this little bit.
Look, I think that's a question potentially for the elected members to consider. I mean, ultimately, you're in a negotiation process with another council, and there are many ways to work together to achieve an outcome. And I guess you're talking about one element of that. So final question. So outside of that 6 month scoping study, which will wrap up all the bits and pieces we haven't yet been able to reach agreement on, the rest of it would be enacted by when, do you know? Because Ryan, Ewan's right, we've been waiting for a final date. So when, because we got agreement on the rest. Sorry, Paula, when you refer to the rest?
The SL1.
So the scoping study for SL1, Karen is advising...
The boundary changes. What we're finding is after them signing a piece of paper that is an agreement to bring that area into the city, aren't we? And we agree on...
So I think there's two things, to be clear, there's two things here. There is a process that Karen's outlined in her report, which is around bringing new growth areas forward as future growth areas for the city.
Yeah.
Part of that process involves at some stage a boundary change. Quite separately, you're talking about an agreement with Waipa to say, do we have an agreed process around how that boundary change would work?
Yeah.
There are two pathways there. One pathway is that we have a signed agreement like we do with Waikato that very clearly shows that we work together, and this is the way we work together to advance that process. If we don't have that process, then through the conclusion of the separate process that Karen's report's outlined, and we wish to then bring those areas in the city, it would be a process where the developers were advancing some form of a boundary change through the Local Government Commission separate from us.
Yeah.
And that is what Hannah's saying,
Which
we need
is-
to get more advice on, we don't have the detailed information yet.
Which can happen at any time.
Well, let's, there's not much institutional knowledge in this room. And let me tell you a couple of things that have happened in my time on council to do with boundary changes. One, Ruakura was part of Waikato District, came into the city here by agreement between the two parties, and did not take that long to do, and actually spawned further discussions which have allowed R2 and WA and HT1 to be all included further down the track. But that was by agreement. Then Temple View came in without agreement between Waipa and Hamilton City Council. There was a disagreement there. We didn't want it. They wanted to give it to us, and that went to the Local Government Commission, and it also didn't take anything like 18 months, and was very little work from ours. We put in a submission, our lawyers wrote up a submission and put it in, and then the decision came down, a determination from the Commission not too long afterwards, 3, 4, 5 months, something like that, maximum. The whole thing was dealt with from start to finish in well under a triennium.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying
You know,
to get a
and
handle on
that's the actual experience we've had. And I expect that if there's agreement between the councils, it's more of a rubber stamping situation, like Ruakura was.
I think we just need to remember that the change in the boundary between two councils is only a small part of the process that Karen's outlining here. So there is a number of elements here which is around good land use planning, good community creating infrastructure, commercial developments, which are important to do before the boundary change process for the reasons around value capture bits and pieces. And so what Councillor Day is referring to is a part of the process, but it's not here and now today. What we are talking about though is, can we, through our discussion with Waipa, agree a smoother process for when we do go through that boundary change process, so we can work together collaboratively.
Yeah,
because it's certainly.
But it's a negotiation. I'm trying to.
It is a negotiation. Well, yes, the agreement is.
What.
We're in negotiation at the moment on the agreement, and I guess the final sticking point at the moment is the land area or not that it covers.
Exactly.
Look, I think the other thing that everyone, including you, Paula, need to recognise is that Future Proof, which all the councils bought into, came up with the decision following an agreed process that was unanimous, and we have stuck with that decision and want to keep sticking with that. It's Waipa that have backed off from partly from that decision. So, you know, if we don't have a strategic sub-regional land usage agreement that we can rely on, then we might as well throw the whole thing out and just have daggers drawn with whenever we need land, have an individual negotiation, have no structure to it. At the moment, there is a structure to it, and we're trying to make sure it's followed.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I'm just trying to find what's the quickest way through the impact, the small area of impasse that we're dealing with.
Quickest way through is to get Waipa to agree to supporting the future-proof area that was proposed, agreed by them, and we have provided additional material to back up that case. Hannah and people have done quite a lot of work to provide some far more detail than we have for other areas, really. And the problem, we wanted an answer a month ago and we haven't been able to get it. And that's why we're debating the process now, because Waipa didn't deliver when they said they would.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're talking at cross purposes because I don't disagree with any of that. I'm just trying to see which is the straightest route to success, basically.
Blair has outlined the time frame. Waipa have a meeting in early August. We have one about a week later.
Yep.
Not a formal meeting, a workshop, by which time we should know their answer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's either all sweetness and light and we have a formal meeting to sign something, or we say to staff, go and do this other thing, if that's what we agree to. We don't have to enact anything probably before that date.
And that's staff's firm advice to take that process?
It would be my advice, and I think that the only thing I'd add to Councillor Dave is that it would be advantageous to have a discussion between the two councils after our 10th of August meeting, so we could reconcile where our positions are and ideally agree to agree. That would be the only other part, and to have that in advance of the 7th of September.
Okay, thanks. I've pursued that far enough.
So, look, if we could get the motions up
Martin's got a question.
Sorry, Paula?
Sorry, Martin's got a question.
Oh, apologies, Martin. Thanks, Paul.
No, I'm just sorry. I think it's been covered. This is water torture. The water's all like $10 if we go, just this quick question, if we end up going to the Local Government Commission, presumably we actually inform them of our over high-level parameters, which they must be aware of in terms of the total southern links and the expressway being our logical boundary areas. I won't even say take the airport, but boy, I'm tempted to start looking whether the airport should join the city as well.
That's been met with stunned silence in the room here, Martin.
Well,
do we want the airport, guys?
No, look, I'm over this. I am so over this, you know, and I'll read the paper in 10 years' time and you'll still be debating it. But the serious question is, when we go to the Local Government Commission, presumably they have a total contextual overview of where the southern links will be the natural southern boundary eventually, including SL1 and SL2. This is just a small component of that bigger picture.
Martin, when we come to dealing with the wording of the motion, the one that talks about the Local Government Commission does mention areas to the south of the city, including SL1. Not only SL1. So I think that covers in general your point.
No, that's fine. Certainly acknowledge your institutional knowledge on this one, Dave.
Thanks. You were MP at the time, if I remember rightly.
Yes, and I remember you really well. I seriously involved you in that, but never mind, there we go again.
Okay, Maxine, thanks.
Look, thank you for clarification around those other points of our opportunity to get agreement. I just wanted to be sure that the scoping studies in both of those instances would be forthcoming, you know, even if we were to go down the commission route.
Blair, do you want to?
And the answer is yes. So those scoping studies are actually really important to also inform the FDS, the Future Development Strategy. So I think that's to Blair's point that there's a number of things running in parallel. The scoping studies will inform several different things.
Okay, I just wouldn't want us to go ahead without due consideration of what might else be needed. Thanks.
Yeah, the issue there, Maxine, is that we need it. Not just Waipa. In fact, it's this council, not so much Waipa, that needs the scoping study. We need it for all sorts of reasons before we go to things like structure plans and subdivisions and that.
Thank you.
Okay, so councillors, we have a motion which at this stage, and I haven't got to move and second it, but I'll move it, probably and seconded by Ryan by the look of it, which includes all of the staff recommendations plus 3 more, which are in red there, which are F is Ryan's, more or less Ryan's and Ewan's suggested change to beef up the local, to basically give staff, sorry?
I was just asking if we can get an email.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sure, please. Yeah, that'd be great. second one is just to report back to the next meeting on where we've got to in a formal sense. And the last one relates to WA, giving that a slightly greater priority within the development scope talked about in C above. So I'll take questions of clarification on the wording of the motion now, but we've sort of tried to work through that. F relates to the points you and Ewan have raised, Rob.
Yeah.
Or tries to.
Can I suggest in the F delegates the CE to propose as an option, as a propose as
an option to whom?
As an option for us, delegates. I'm just trying to put in here that if we could avoid going to the Local Government Commission.
It does.
Does it?
Only requires.
Isn't it delegates the CEO the option to propose?
Oh, yeah, okay. No, fair enough.
Yeah, that's meant to be covered by that last clause. Yeah.
No, okay.
I think that's okay now, Rob.
No, that's fine. I'm just looking to see if we can avoid that 18-month, 18 month wait.
I wanted stronger, but I was willing to live with that.
Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, no, I'm fine.
My new diplomatic, I learned that from Blair.
The art of diplomacy, Ewan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought you learned your diplomacy from me, Ewan.
No, other tactics I learned from you.
You know, I'm happy with the wording. Thanks. Dave.
Other questions of clarification? Sorry, we're just trying to wrap everything into the one motion here with...
Maxine has a question.
Sorry. Oh, Max, sorry.
Thank you. Just with regard to F.
Yep.
You've got no timeline in there at all, and I'd like to give them as much opportunity as possible to come to an agreement. And whilst they might not agree entirely on the second, there might be some time shortly after that through the process of negotiation.
Maxine, if I can just... I
yeah.
don't think there's disagreement with what you're saying, but point G was meant to cover that off.
Right, so that if by the 7th of September or our next strategic growth meeting.
That is the next strategic growth meeting. So that, and
I'm just wondering why we would then even put F in there if at the next strategic growth meeting we could enable the CE to do that very thing.
I think that a number of councillors, and certainly myself as chair, wish the thinking to be started on that. We'll know in a week and a half whether they're going to play ball or not. If we have to wait till September the 7th, the last meeting of the Strategic Growth Committee, to start doing anything about it, we've lost half of the rest of the triennium. There's 2 months to go, so we're trying to make sure that we can wrap up the decision-making process at our end before the end of the triennium. I certainly think that we shouldn't be silent about what we'll do if they don't play ball.
Yeah, point made. Thank you.
Are there other questions or just on the wording? If there's not, sorry, you can say something. Sorry.
This is including full so is it contemplating more than SL1, or should it just be
area to the south of the city?
Including, so are we thinking an area beyond SL1?
Yeah, but that's what says areas to the south of the city. Yeah. Sorry, Blair's asked the question about the land area we're talking about, and which relates to Martin's point and others. Is it just SL1? And the motion says areas to the south of the city, including SL1. So staff could recommend to us you should go for this whole area because it makes more sense than just SL1?
Yeah, and I guess at the moment, that's a very broad resolution. I mean, certainly from my perspective at the moment, we're talking about SL1, and obviously our agreement with Waipara also includes SL2. Those are the two areas that we're discussing. We are not contemplating any other land area, nor is future-proof.
Well, no, the future-proof resolution doesn't say just SL1. This is actually very reflective. In your own report earlier, whoever reported on future-proof, it talked about areas to the south of the city, including SL1.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wanted to clarify the intention of council here.
Well, we've made a strong point in relation to several parts of the city that the boundaries, where possible, should have common sense geographical underpinnings.
Yeah,
and a back fence of someone's property isn't necessarily that.
Look, I think I understand those past discussions, and in terms of the area with Waipara, our conversations with them to date have been around the SL and SL2 area. So I'm just trying to ascertain, and I've certainly heard past conversations around bigger areas and to the south, but that's not been contemplated in the report today. And I just want to be clear, if it leaves the door open for a bigger process, and is that bigger land area?
Well, I think if Waipara, look, my view is if Waipara comes back to us and says, look, we agree with all of SL1 and SL2, but nothing else, that's something you bring back on the 7th of September, and I imagine that council would say, that'll do for now. But if they don't agree, then why should we restrict ourselves necessarily to someone's back fence as being the future boundary?
That's just what I want to clarify.
I think I'm paraphrasing the sort of discussion we've had.
I just needed to be clear as to what the writing direction.
If you look at Future-Proof's decision, it has very similar wording to that.
Yeah.
Because we wrote that proposal and they agreed.
Yeah, and I think that the intent of that wording from Future-Proof was really referring to SL2, SL1, and more generally other areas in the Waikato area. So not about kind of expanding dramatically south beyond those areas at this time.
Yeah, well,
I understand, Councillor Dave. I think, a lot of this is dependent on where Waipara come back to in terms of their discussions and where we get to with them in the month of August. So.
Yep. Okay, so is it clear what's being proposed then? A to H. The people on WA, Ryan, you're happy with the wording of what that covers? An H? Martin, you've got a question about... Sorry, Martin.
I think both you and Blair have answered it. At the high level, everyone's crystal clear that the City Council is the Southern Links is the parameter for Southern expansion in terms of SL1 and SL2. And what I'm asking is, just as we've concluded some really logical agreements with Waikato District, i.e. e.g. HT1, R2, etc., that logic applies with regard to the Southern Links. I think you sort of summarised it both in the Chair and Blair. Yeah. Am I on the same page on this one? So while we're drilling down to SL1, very clearly the Waipara is, and no one's in any doubt that our ultimate ambition is not to, as Dave said, a back fence boundary, but a boundary that, for example, relates to the Southern Links.
Okay, look, let's move on to the actual motion, which I've moved, Ryan seconded. Take speakers now, and I'll just speak first. Try not to speak much more than I already have. Firstly, thanks to the council for the committee for allowing this free-ranging discussion on the wording, but hopefully we have a wording that meets most of the needs we've talked about. I'm adamant that there is a strategic land approach that we've bought into and our neighbouring councils have bought into, called Future Proof, for some years now, and we worked hard to make sure that that's the driving force for where we see the city going in the future, the urban area. And I'm disappointed, there's no doubt, that not all of our neighbours have agreed fully with what they voted for in that particular forum. I'm certain that we should push hard to get the full future-proof agreement encapsulated in the boundary changes and in other documents that we need from now on. And that's part of what this is about, A. B, that it's clear, and Karen and others have talked to us about, and Hannah, about the need to get some more detailed work done on these areas in the south. And R2 as well in the northeast, to actually make sure that we know what we're buying into, know what we're getting for our money. In terms of WA, I think the case has been well made that they are small enough and advanced enough to be looked at pretty much as the first cab off the rank in a physical sense. That's not to say all the work's done. There's more work to do, but put a bit of emphasis on that small one. It will also help us, I'm sure, with the other bigger developments coming into the areas coming to the city, if we almost practice on WA first and get that right. There are issues, and Angela's pointed out some with transport yet to be determined, but let's put a bit of attention on WA and then on R2 and SL1, and on trying to sheet home the future-proof outcome that we've in principle all supported. That's me. So I've got Councillor Ryan next, then Ewan, then Jeff.
Thanks. Yeah, look, really simply, this is just about us being able to control our destiny. When we talk about metro-spatial and sub-regional planning, we're the ones often in the engine room leading those conversations as the metro, and yet when we go to growth, and I pick up our last conversation about greenfield and infill development, when it comes to growth, we've got no control over at the edge of a boundary. So today's resolution is to try and put forward a comprehensive, little bit more of a future-proofed response, and to try and cut through some of the nitpicking from our neighbours. So I think it's a fairly sensible approach. This council's been really clear about its history of losing value capture, and I think staff have that front row and centre, and we're seeing that now come through in our PDAs, and we just saw one earlier from our general manager that'll be circulating soon, where we've got the leverage, we've got the ability, we've got the understanding, but we need the jurisdiction to be able to do it, and this is a big part forward in helping us to achieve that.
Thanks, Ewan, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Dave. Look, I fully support the motion in front of us. One of the good things about institutional knowledge is that it brings with it a lot of clarity. And the reality is, I remember 21 years ago, roughly when I first got elected, one of my first meetings was with Councillor Boss, and we were on the Future Proof group. And we were very mindful relatively quickly of experience with Templeview, where the Local Government Commission ruled against us at the time, and the argument was the community of interest, that Templeview, it made sense that it was incorporated in this great city of ours. So I find it paradoxical that now Waipa, in the reverse scenario, is not seeing the very argument that they articulated that saw Templeview come into the city. So this Rogerson piece of land, from my point of view, is a clear example of a piece of land that should have been incorporated in our boundary. And I think all of us in local government, whether it's Hamilton City Council or Waipa, are overarching duty of care as to our ratepayers and to ensuring where best community of interest can be served. And I think Waipa knows this. They're playing a negotiating strategy. I think we're bold enough to call them out on it. And I think we're sending them a clear message. Look, do the dance. But really, if you don't see where this sits, we'll just take it to the Local Government Commission and they'll rule. And we'll use the arguments that you guys used in articulating why we think we're right. So I think the resolution enables us to do it while satisfying Blair, the diplomat's mantra that he's going to have one more attempt at leading this particular stubborn horse to the water. If it chooses not to drink, then I have a solution for it.
Force feeding. Sorry.
I'm hoping I've got a few others to help me lead that horse.
Jeff, thanks.
Do you mean Black Ops or something there? Yeah. I'm supporting these recommendations. It's been a bit of a difficult birth, this debate, but it's got us here. Look, we've got to get this transfer agreement with Waipa for this area done by September. That's essential. That's what we need to focus on, and I don't actually think we're far away. And I think I'm hoping that some of the conversations today will be superfluous. Ideally, the best, least messy outcome would be for us to agree in August and get it over the line in September. And we have got the bulk of it. I think we're arguing over small change, so I'm really confident it's going to happen. And I think it was a really important moment when Future Proof agreed unanimously that we could put more focus on SL1 and SL2, and I do support us. I do support us covering ourselves with the Local Government Commission should it be involved, but I don't think it's going to be. Looking forward to the scoping studies. Really keen to see us, as I've said earlier in this meeting, proceed with these developments. They take a long time, so they're not close. Every little tick, you're still years and years away. And I think they're vital for the shape of the city, creating more competition, different housing typologies to manage affordability. And I'm really hoping that out of the scoping studies, we will find clear opportunities where we can leverage private sector funding, just in terms of looking at our costs. Totally support the MOU to bring WA into the city. As Dave says, WA is pretty well progressed comparatively, and let's get on with it while we can. So yep, that's me. Thank you.
Okay, got Mayor Paula next, then Martin.
Thank you. I think Deputy Mayor Taylor is right. We are nearly there, and at that meeting, it was clear that a large percentage of what we were seeking, they were already in agreement with. So this was around some outstanding areas we tried at the time. This gives us a little bit of leverage, I guess, with a backup, which is fine. Negotiations are negotiations, and you use a variety of tools to negotiate. You're right, Dave, that Future Proof in the least has been consistent about what it looks like going forward, and I think that what the city wants inevitably is to sort it out, have some certainty, and that's for the developers that are currently within the city, but also the ones that may come into the city and have aspirations to do things. Consistency and certainty is the biggest factor for them in being able to forward plan their business and their developments, whether they be residential or commercial, industrial as well, for that matter. So I look forward to the next week, and let's see how we can. To be honest, my view is always to seek partnership first and agreement, and if you can get that through sharing practical, common sense reasons why the deal should be what it is, then that's better than having to use. The carrot is always better than the stick. In my view, when you're entering into negotiations. But it is time to see some action on this work. And so, thank you for the tenacity in pushing this forward. I'm comfortable because the staff have assured me that the advice they've given is correct, and this gives us a direction forward. So I'm sit happily with that if that's the case. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Wilson talked before about being on a dance floor, and he alluded to the $1 million dance ticket between us and Waipara over the Waters event. And it's really an issue of how long you stay on the dance floor and how much does that cost you. And I have to say the $1 million is quite an expensive dance ticket. But I just want to make the point that I agree with collaboration and negotiation. And I think in fairness to Waikato District, actually, you know, with HT1, R2 and WA, we've reached some really good understandings with them. We still have our differences, obviously, but we've landed a proper process. So I just am personally frustrated that we're still in this discussion, and I talked about water torture, etc. But I'm really hopeful that with this resolution and Blair's amazing diplomacy and backroom discussions, that we can actually land a very logical outcome, you know, but high future-proof parameters. But as Ewan would say, you can't stay on the dance floor forever because you get a bit exhausted.
With that, those wise words, there are no other speakers. No need for a right of reply, so we'll move to a vote. The resolution, just put up thanks for, if that can be done, Narelle. It's not cooperating. Oh, have you? I haven't. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, just so it's in front of you when you voted. Those in favour, please raise their hands. No one against.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thanks very much, councillors. Now we're going on to the information-only reports. And remember, this is by exclusion. If councillors have something they wish to raise now, Blair, there wasn't anything you needed to say, was it?
Only that the General Manager's report contains a range of quite important updates, nothing that I want to specifically talk about here today, but happy to take any questions offline through myself or to my team. But it's a very broad range of topics canvassed there, equally in the growth programs update. Again, some pretty important updates on all the growth areas, but happy to take questions or feedback offline.
Yeah, and just note that you can do that before or after the meeting as well. It doesn't have to be restricted there because there's no decision making involved here.
I think it just shows that there's a broad range of things that are going on that we don't necessarily talk about, but you know, it's like the iceberg. We've seen the tip of the iceberg, but there's an enormous amount of things happening behind the scenes to keep the growth work underway. Did
you have a question? Oh, okay.
Just while you're on icebergs, the Waikato Wellbeing Project, how much have you contributed to that financially?
Deanna?
I can take that away, Councillor Bunting, and I'll get back to you offline. I don't know straight off the top of my head, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I don't believe it's certainly not material. No.
Not huge, is it?
No. No. My understanding, Councillor, is that the vast majority of that work is funded through monies. Yeah. Not us.
Yeah, so that's what I was wondering.
Yeah. Okay, Sarah. Okay. Oh, sorry.
That's all. Thanks, Dave.
Yeah. Just a very quick question. In terms of the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund for the Central City, have we talked there about an in-person meeting, including a site visit to the pedestrian bridge site? Do we have any indications as to whether that's looking like it would be included in this?
Yes, so that visit occurred, might have been a week and a half ago now, and that is still very much part of our program and package of works. So the meeting went very well. The focus now is really on the final elements of the deal, including how we can provide some developer assurances that there'll be a level of housing to be delivered in companion with our development. Andrew did an exceptionally good job in helping the team understand on the ground, we actually went to the site, of how the pedestrian connection actually delivers outcomes to the central city. So I think it was a tremendously beneficial site visit. They were probably struggling, might be the wrong word. They didn't fully understand it, but I think Andrew, through his explanation and seeing it on the ground, became quite transparent.
Did you give them a bike to try and get across?
It was a drizzly, wet day, so it wasn't the best day. But I think it was physically being on the ground was great. Councillor Sarah. I don't know if Andrew wants to add anything to that.
Can I comment on that? Oh.
Thanks,
Paula?
Blair.
I just want to say thank you to staff for doing a good work on the day, and also I was joined by Jeff and Ryan, so we had a sort of three-legged stool, which was you were unavailable on that day, Dave, and so it was really good to have those perspectives there. Just one point I will make about whatever's in or out. I mean, obviously the government is looking at affordability and homes as one of their predominant drivers for the IAF, just to be fair. And they did acknowledge that our bid was the boldest bid, the biggest bid, the boldest bid. So a lot of what we did that day was to assure them that we could deliver on their outcomes across a number of levels: climate, housing, transport, a whole bunch of things. So it was covered. They didn't give anything away. But you had the technical meeting following us, but I think they now have a really good sense of the CBD, and we were very grateful to developers who gave up their time to show them what's what as well. So thank you very much to staff for that. It was very quick and last minute in one respect, but we managed to pull it together really well. Thank you.
Okay, councillors.
Oh, hang on, I had a question.
Oh, I thought that was what you were, had your question.
Thank you. Just a quick one, just on the growth update, which now has gone all blank on my screen.
Yeah.
Just in terms of, I put this on the table from time to time, and I'll continue to do it. I think the overall growth programs look really good. My issue will always remain about show me the affordability. And is there anything else we need to bring to the table? I know I've been messaging you, Blair, but is there anything else we need to bring to the table in terms of tools, other than just opening up land, that will make an impact on the affordability? Because with that $840,000 average price for a home, or more than that, the affordability is just not there.
So the question...
So what can we do? Are there any more tools? That's what I said. Are there any more tools? Are there any more mechanisms to drive affordability in the next phase of our growth development here?
That's a very big question, Paula.
It is, but an
great
important
question. Look, I feel as a council we have got a range of initiatives that we're pursuing, and so I think we are trying to provide a range of choices, a range of geographical locations. We're partnering up with the government and Kāinga Ora. The district plan is providing a range of innovative solutions. This is a really challenging space, but I'd like to think that this council and its work program has placed us in a really good position to try and provide as many options and choices, and to work with the market and the philanthropic sector and those that are also, Waikato Lands Trust, etc., to try and deliver that range of solutions which will help in that affordability equation. And if I just kind of close it out, we ourselves are working with partners, and I look at the Sonning car park site without getting into detail, but the proposal we have there may deliver quite an innovative solution to provide some additional product into the market in that space. So, look, I feel as though we are doing a range of things, but we continue to also have our opportunities, ears open to anything else that we're missing.
Far be it for me to put more work across the table, but through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to have an update or a facilitated discussion on the affordability aspect of our growth programs at some point. How could that be factored in?
Yep.
I know it's a complex question, no easy answer.
But I don't want to open up a whole new frame discussion here.
No, I'm just asking, can we have it?
That's fine to ask for that, and we'll maybe make a minute note of that if we can, Amy. Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to move a recommendation that we receive the report with 1, 2 and 3, parts 1, 2 and 3, seconded by Ryan. Those in favour, against, that's carried unanimously. Thanks. Councillors, I'll move the resolutions to move into public excluded, seconded by Ewan. Those in favour, against, that's carried. So we'll just break for a minute while we get rid of all the large number of members of the public from here and move into the public excluded. Yeah, oh, you want to do that now?
Just to let everyone know so they don't jump off the meeting the minute we finish.